deprive Lincoln High School of a right to the property or any benefit from it, or to appropriate the property of Lincoln High School to his own use or to the use of any person not entitled to it. If you find the defendant guilty of theft, you must also determine if the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt whether A, the value of the property taken was $10,000 or more but less than $20,000, B, the value of the property was $5,000 or more but less than $10,000, C, the value of the property taken was $750 or more but less than $5,000, D, the value of the property taken was $100 or more but less than $750, E, the value of the property taken was less than $100. Obtains or uses means any manner of A, taking or exercising control over property, B, making any unauthorized use, disposition, or transfer of property, C, obtaining property by fraud, willful representation of a future act, or false promise, D, conduct previously known as stealing, larceny, purloining, abstracting, embezzlement, misapplication, misappropriation, conversion, or obtaining money or property by false pretenses, fraud, deception, or other conduct similar in nature. Endeavor means to attempt or try. Property means anything of value, to include real property, including things growing on, affixed to, or found in land. 2, tangible or intangible personal property, including rights, privileges, interests, and claims. 3, services. Services mean anything of value resulting from a person's physical or mental labor or skill, or from the use, possession, or presence of property, and includes 1, repairs or improvements to property, 2, professional services, 3, private, public, or government communication, transportation, power, water, or sanitation services, 4, lodging accommodations, 5, admissions to places of exhibition or entertainment. Value means the market value of the property at the time of the offense, or if that value cannot be satisfactorily ascertained, the cost of replacement of the property within a reasonable time after the offense. If the exact value of the property cannot be ascertained, you should attempt to determine a minimum value. If you cannot determine a minimum value, you must find the value is less than $100. In the case of a written instrument that does not have a readily ascertainable market value, such as a check, draft, or promissory note, the value is the amount due or collectible. In the case of any other instrument that creates, releases, discharges, or otherwise affects any valuable legal right, privilege, or obligation, the value is the greatest amount of economic loss that the owner of the instrument might reasonably suffer by virtue of the loss of the instrument. Amounts of value of separate properties involved in thefts committed pursuant to one scheme or course of conduct, whether the thefts are from the same person or several persons, may be added together to determine the total value of the theft. It is a defense to the charge of theft if Demetric Salters had an honest, good faith belief that he had the right to possess the U.S. currency of Lincoln High School. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether Demetric Salters had an honest, good faith belief, even though unreasonable or mistaken, that he had the right to possess the U.S. currency of Lincoln High School, you should find him not guilty of theft. If you find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not have an honest, good faith belief that he had the right to possess the U.S. currency of Lincoln High School, you should find him guilty if all of the elements of theft have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Count 3, forgery. To prove the crime of forgery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Demetric Salters falsely made, altered, forged, or counterfeited an order for the payment of money or a receipt for money, goods, or other property. A Capital City Bank personal money order number 1170959 in the amount of $1,375. 2, Demetric Salters intended to injure or defraud some person or firm. It is not necessary that the defendant intended to use the money order himself or to profit himself from its use. It is sufficient if he intended that some person would use it to injure or defraud. Nor is it necessary to prove what person the defendant intended to be injured or defrauded, if he did intend that some person would be injured or defrauded. Count 4, forgery. To prove the crime of forgery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Demetrius Salters falsely made, altered, forged, or counterfeited an order for the payment of money or a receipt for money, goods, or other property, a capital city bank personal money order number 1173006 in the amount of $2,800. 2, Demetrius Salters intended to injure or defraud some person or firm. It is not necessary that the defendant intended to use the money order himself or to profit himself from its use. It is sufficient if he intended that some person would use it to injure or defraud. Nor is it necessary to prove what person the defendant intended to be injured or defrauded if he did intend that some person would be injured or defrauded. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Now, it is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Now, deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. Now, a separate crime is charged in each count of the information, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the information or not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. You'll look up, it is not on your instructions. I'll only give you one of these so that we don't get multiple copies back. So if you'll look up, you'll have, it says State of Florida versus Demetric Salters, case 2017 CF 1140. Verdict, count 1, organized fraud. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the information. Check only one. A, the defendant is guilty of organized scheme to defraud. B, the defendant is not guilty. Count two, theft. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the information. Check only one. A, the defendant is guilty of theft. If choice A is checked, proceed to the interrogatory. Or B, the defendant is not guilty. There is an interrogatory. If you find the defendant, Demetric V. Salters, guilty of theft, that is choice A above, you must answer the following question. Has the state proven or proved beyond a reasonable doubt? Check only one. The value of the property taken was $10,000 or more, but less than $20,000. The value of the property taken was $5,000 or more, but less than $10,000. The value of the property taken was $750 or more, but less than $5,000. The value of the property taken was $100 or more, but less than $750. The value of the property taken was less than $100. On the second page of the verdict form, count three, forgery. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the information. Check only one. A, the defendant is guilty of forgery. B, the defendant is not guilty. Count four, forgery. We, the jury, find as follows as to count four of the information. Check only one. The defendant is guilty of, or A, the defendant is guilty of forgery. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all on May. There's a spot for the date that you reach your verdict, and the foreperson will sign the verdict form, and I'll have more instructions about that later in the instructions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, both the state and the defendant have now rested their cases. The attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. With that, state, you may argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just need a minute to set up. Well, good morning, everyone. So one of the things that the judge has told you, or he will tell you actually at the end, is that all of the things that have been introduced into evidence are going to go back with you when you deliberate. You are going to get all of the records so that you can look at them with your own eyes, take your time, go through with them, and everything's going to go back. And you're going to take a copy of the jury instructions with you as well. And one of the things that the judge will tell you is that it is up to your memory that you must rely on of what the evidence and the testimony is. So we can't answer any questions about what witnesses said. You guys will have to rely on your collective memory. So we've heard a lot of testimony, and I like it that the judge goes through the law with you, because in this case, Mr. Salters has been charged with 4 things: organized scheme to defraud, as I refer to it, organized fraud, grand theft, and 2 counts of forgery. And one of the things that I like about the jury instructions, and I think is very helpful, is kind of some of the topics we talked about during jury selection. The importance of you to make a decision based on the evidence and the testimony that you heard in this courtroom over the last 2 days, and based on the law that the judge gives you. And not because you like or dislike me, not because you like or dislike Mr. Burden or anyone, but based just kind of on the facts and the following of the law. So the judge has told you that in order for me to prove a scheme to defraud, I have to have 2 counts. And we talked about this. It's my job to prove with evidence the elements of a crime, and that Mr. Salters is the person who did it, that he was engaged in a scheme to defraud, and that he obtained property and or U.S. currency from Lincoln High School by false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises, or willful misrepresentation of a future act. And then I like that the instructions define a lot of the terms, and you'll have that with you when you go back. Scheme to defraud means a systematic, ongoing course of conduct with the intent to defraud one or more persons, or with the intent to obtain property from one or more persons by false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises of willful misrepresentations of a future act. And then it goes on to define what does obtain mean. What does it mean to obtain something? That means to temporarily or permanently deprive any person of the right to property or benefit therefrom, or to appropriate the property to one's own use or to the use of any other person not entitled thereto. And then the other thing you have to remember, what the judge has instructed you, is that you have to look at each count separately, right? So you look at count 1, you guys, review the evidence, apply the law, make a decision. And regardless of what your decision as to count 1 is, you have to independently do count 2. And then independent of whatever your decision is, you have to do count 3 and count 4. And so to prove the crime of theft, of course, I must prove 2 elements: that he knowingly and unlawfully obtained, used, or endeavored to obtain or use the U.S. currency, the property of Lincoln High School, and that he did so with the intent to either temporarily or permanently deprive Lincoln High School of the right to a property or any benefit from it, or to appropriate the property of Lincoln High School to his own use or to the use of any person who is not entitled to it. And then the judge explained to you, you're going to have an interrogatory. If you do find him guilty of theft, you then have to determine the money. And that's one of the reasons why we have all of these records, and that you guys have been taking notes, because there's been a lot of financial conversations that we've had. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of the evidence that we've had in this trial. And again, definition of endeavor means to attempt or try. And then it has a really good instruction, because a lot of this case has to do with checks, cashier checks, money orders. And it says, in the case of a written instrument that does not have a readily ascertainable market value, such as a check, draft, or promissory note, the value is the amount due or collectible. So basically the amount that's written on the check is the value that you give to it. And then of course we have the 2 counts of forgery, and they specifically relate to the 2 checks that were money order, I believe personal money orders or cashier's checks from the Capital City Bank account of the Booster Group payable to Lincoln High School. And so I have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following 2 elements: that he falsely made, altered, forged, or counterfeited an order for the payment of money or a receipt for money, goods, or other property. In this case, a Capital City Bank personal money order, we have the number, in the amount of $1,375, and that he intended to injure or defraud some person or firm. And then they have a little more explanations about the requirements. It does not necessary that I have to prove that he intended to use a money order for himself or to profit himself for its use. It's sufficient if he intended that some other person would use it to injure or defraud, nor is it necessary to prove what person the defendant intended to be injured or defrauded if he did intend that some person would be injured or defrauded. And then we have the 2 counts, 1 for each one of the checks. So back in 2016, 2017, Lincoln High School basketball year, it seems apparent that, and I think it was August 11th of 2016, a letter is sent out, a conversation is had with all of the parents of the JV and the varsity basketball team indicating, we're going to fundraise, or we're not going to fundraise this year. What we're going to do is a flat fee. We're going to do a flat fee, and that fee is going to be $500. Those $500 are going to cover athletic apparel, basketball shoes, as well as help meet program needs in lieu of various fundraising activities, And then they have an installment plan. And you'll see some of the checks were for $250 or a little bit less depending. And of course, that money needed to start coming in September, October at the latest, because these kids are going to need, their uniforms and all of the other things that they have. And what do we know from the evidence? We know that during this time, Demetric Salters was receiving money in a variety of ways. He was receiving cash. We know Demetria Rollins said people were giving me cash. Coach Daly said people were trying to give me cash and checks. I wasn't taking them. He's getting cash. He's getting checks. He's getting money orders. Money is flowing into the Lincoln Basketball Club account in Capital City. They're getting cash. They're getting checks. They're getting PayPal deposits into it, right? So money is coming in a variety of forms. The one form that we can really monitor is the ones where the checks were deposited into his personal account. So we heard testimony from Coach Daly, and there was some conflict about exactly how many, but approximately 33 kids, right? We've got, I think it was 15 kids on varsity, 18 kids on JV. I might have that backwards. We're talking about 33 kids. 33 kids to the tune of $500 a kid is $16,500 that are coming in from parents. We heard testimony that based on a review of the financials, the evidence, and talking to families, probably about 4 or 5 of them either didn't pay or paid partial. So let's say we subtract those 5, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. That's still $14,000 just in the $500 fee that is coming in, right? That's just in the fee. On top of that, we've had testimony and information that people are providing booster donations. We have at least one Waste Pro $500 that was deposited into Demetric Salter's personal account. So we have other people who are donating money on top of the $500 fee. And here's the other thing, that $500 fee is supposed to also pay for travel and pregame meals. But what do we know? Every single time that the team traveled, and most of the time it was the varsity team, each one of those kids gave another $25, $30. And that was to cover rental of the van and gas. So if you have 15 kids traveling and they're given $30 a piece, that's another $450. And I would submit to you, probably in cash, here's some money, go ahead, help cover travel. So we're talking about money coming in that isn't being recorded, money coming in that's coming in other avenues on top of what we can see that is being deposited into Demetric Salter's account. So let's talk a little bit about some of the money. So you'll see in the records, the Gulf Wind Bank account. Each one of the exhibits has a business record certification, which basically says, this is from Gulf Wind Bank. These are our records. The very first page inside those records is the information on the account. That it is the account of Demetric Salters, that it is a free checking account that he's had since, I don't know, I think this is a change form, but that he had the account since at least 2014. And what you'll see is a series of checks. And you should take your time and go through. The bank records are very straightforward. Each month has all of the things that you do like on a regular basis, like when you go out to eat, when you make payments, whatever you do with your debit card. At the end of the records is where all the checks are. And they are each on their own page. So let's talk about some of the checks. And these are based on witnesses who came and testified over the last 2 days. Jacqueline Morales has a check for $300 dated October 11th of 2016 that she did for her son who was playing basketball. And we've had testimony from her that it was written out to Lincoln Basketball. And you can clearly see written on top, Demetric Salters. And she clearly stated, I did not write that on my check. I didn't give him permission to write his name on my check, and I did not give him permission to deposit my check into his personal account. Ms. Morales wrote 2 checks because, of course, it's a $500 fee, and the first one was for $300. The second one was for $200. And that was check 3024, and you can again see, and this will be exhibit B77. Again, you'll see the name Demetric Salters written on top of the check. It's distinct that the handwriting is different, apparent just from looking at it, for another $200. And what did she say? She said, absolutely not. I did not give him permission to endorse my check. I did not give him permission to deposit that check into his personal account. We heard from Kristen Goad, who was a teacher at Lincoln High School, and she was able to tell you about her check for $500 for her son. And she explained to us, he came to me, I was going to give him the check, and he asked me to write in the pay to order line, Lincoln basketball, Demetric Salters. And I did it because I trusted him, because I knew him, because we worked together. And she did that, but she did not give him permission to deposit that into his personal account. That was for her son, and that was for basketball, and that was supposed to go to Lincoln High School. And she knew that because she was a teacher there. So Efford Major, we heard from him as well, and he wrote a check for $250. It was written out to Demetric Salters. And he also he was one of the people who testified that his business did a $500 donation. And I think the testimony, if I recollect it correctly, and this was a check that was written in October of 2016, this is a booster check, basically, a check to support Lincoln High School basketball. So it's made out to Lincoln High School. And this check was at the request of Demetric Salters. And so we know we've got not just, parents are being asked to write his name on checks, and they're providing those checks to him. And I would submit to you that everyone knows that you don't take a check that's written to someone else, to a business, to a school, and deposit it into your personal account. This is a Lincoln High School check. Now, one of the reasons why we do live testimony, because I get this question all the time, well, you have my statement, I wrote a written statement, can't we use that at trial? No. The reason that we have live witnesses at trial is because it's important for you, the jury, to see them. Because one of the things that you have to do is make a determination about who you believe or disbelieve. Because it's up to you what evidence you believe or disbelieve. And one of the ways that you do that is by watching witnesses when they talk. The judge has instructed you. And I think it's important because I think, Mr. Major, you need to take his testimony and you need to weigh it with some of the things that the judge has given you as tools. Was he honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did it appear that he, had an interest in how the case is decided? And so that's why we do live testimony, because you have to determine what the motivations are and why people are saying what they're saying. So we also heard from Jocelyn Milton, Lisa, as she liked to be called. And she had a money order in the amount of $200 on October 31st of 2016. And it was to Lincoln High School basketball. And you can clearly see Demetric Salters written. It's a hand printed, and she said clearly, I did not write Demetric Salters. She also wrote another check for $100 on November 29th of 2016, and that one was to Lincoln High School. You can clearly see, oh, so sorry. There you go, sorry guys. You can clearly see that $100 check. Demetric Salters' name is written on the Lincoln High School check. And what did she tell you? She did not give him permission to endorse that check. She did not give him permission to deposit that check into his personal account. Then we heard from Lindsey Bogan, whose son also played, and he had gotten a cashier's check in the amount of $500, and that one was dated October 28th of 2016. And you can see that it's made out to Lincoln High basketball. We see handwritten the name Demetric Salters. And what did he say? That I didn't write that. I didn't give him permission. He wasn't supposed to deposit that into his personal account. Now, these are the checks that we're talking about in the forgery counts. We heard the testimony from Lona Ford. She was one of the 3 mothers that was involved in the Capital City Bank account and the incorporation, or the attempt to incorporate, sorry. And so what does she tell us? She tells us that she's contacted by Demetric Salters, and he says, I need money out of the account to use for certain things, and I need it to be, 2 separate checks because there has to be a delineation between blah, 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 whatever. great, it's going to be deposited into the internal account at Lincoln High School because this is money that was collected by fees for children so they could play basketball. And so what did she tell us? I go ahead and I get the money orders. The first one, November 9th of 2016, in the amount of $1,375 made out to Lincoln High School. And what do we see? We see the name Demetrius Salters written. And she says, absolutely not. I gave it to him with the understanding that it was going to be deposited into the internal account. I did not write his name there, nor did I give him permission. We have a second check from December 6th of 2016. And that check is, or money order, payable to Lincoln High School in the amount of $2,800. And then again, we see the addition of Demetrius Salters. And what did she tell us? And here are the companion withdrawals. And you can see, she said that it costs $5 to go ahead and get the money order or the cashier's check. So the amounts of the withdrawals are $1,380 and $2,805 for that $5 cost. And you can see that the withdrawals from that account correspond to the two checks. Did not give him permission to endorse the checks. They were meant for Lincoln High School. She did not agree to have him deposit these into his personal account. So then we have the testimony of Annette Howard, who came in. There's a cashier's check in evidence that you can see from November 14th of 2016 for her grandson on behalf of her daughter. It's made out to Lincoln High School. And what do we see? Again, the same thing written on there. And I would submit Ms. Howard is probably indicative of a lot of the feelings of the parents who, Demetrius Salters was important to them, was important to their children. He was a coach of a good basketball team that was having a winning season. He was someone who was involved with and mentoring their children. So I understand the difficulty that some of these parents had coming in here and having to say, but at the end of the day, no matter what, no matter how we feel, the records do not lie. The bank records don't get influenced. They don't get emotional. The bank records are the facts, and they are testifying to what happened in this case. So Ms. Howard definitely did not want to be here, did not want to talk. And I think she's indicative, right? Like she said she didn't remember anything, didn't recognize the check, but when asked, had to admit to the fact that on behalf of Mr. Salters, she wrote an email saying, I gave him that $285 check and it was fine for him to deposit into his business account. And she didn't want to say that it was a business account. She didn't want to have to answer that question because I would submit to you, she was worried that her testimony was going to hurt Mr. Salters. Again, this is why we have live testimony. This is why witnesses have to come in here because you have to evaluate them. Mr. Farron, very nice older gentleman, comes in, talks about a check he wrote in November 26th of 2016 for $300. And you can see again, it's made out to Lincoln High School. And again, handwritten as Demetrius Salters. Absolutely did not give him permission to endorse the check or to deposit into his personal account. So at this point, we've had a lot of conversation, a lot of evidence about money and value and things. What I can tell you is that, based on the testimony of Jared Lee, who had been my investigator at the time, and based on the records, you guys can go through the records, you can do your own math. I've used a calculator a bunch of different times to try to go through and see. But based on the financial records, he was able to see the total amount of either altered, deposited, or cash check or money orders was $10,475, right? So that's what he was able to determine based on looking at financial records. That doesn't include any of the cash that would have been coming through. And one of the things that we talked about was trying to go through and figure out where the money went. And kind of trying to figure out what he would have spent the money on, and if any money, and I keep saying what he spent the money on, but at the end of the day, Mr. Salters was just depositing all this money into his personal bank account, and he was spending money out of his bank account. It wasn't that money was earmarked and he was using it for Lincoln High School, basketball. There were certain things he had to get. There were certain things he had to do because if he didn't do them, You know what was going to happen? That red flag that got raised, this whole case starts because of two things. I think it's Lindsey Bogan, but one parent who keeps complaining and won't let it go because his kid doesn't have what they're supposed to have. Because their kid, they gave $500 and they're missing part of their uniform, et cetera, et cetera. And more importantly, Lindsey Bogan's saying, I gave them $500 and was told that $200 was for travel and pregame meals. And you know what JV was not doing? Traveling. And they were not getting pregame meals. So he's like, where's my $200? Where's my kid's shoes? So he starts fussing. At the same time, Coach Daly finds out, oh, well, we have all this stuff that's still missing from East Bay. I wasn't involved in that part. I was part of the order collection. Contact East Bay, and East Bay is like, well, you don't have stuff because y'all still owe us money. We still have outstanding money. These two things happen and this entire investigation starts. So I would submit to you that when Mr. Salters went ahead and put in the initial purchase for East Bay, it was because if he didn't, all of this would have blown up before. People had expectations of things coming, and so he did just enough to cover and kept going. Robbing Peter to pay Paul, Because if you look at his spending in those bank accounts, there's absolutely, he is spending. Little purchases here and there, but this money is being deposited in his account, and he is just using it. So one of the things I had asked Jared Lee to do, and what he testified to, is can we decide, did he spend any money on Lincoln High School? Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and we're going to figure out what our total loss is. And for total loss, I'm not saying that he's only guilty of stealing that amount. What I'm saying is that's the money we can't account for. He's guilty of stealing the whole amount, because whether he put it in his account and ended up using it for Lincoln later on, that doesn't matter. He didn't have the authority or the right to put those checks in his account or to cash those checks. And every minute that money was sitting in his bank account when he didn't have the right to have it was a temporary deprivation, right? So the fact that he did some things later on to make sure that he didn't get caught earlier on or didn't get in trouble or whatever, that's neither hide nor hair. The fact of the matter is he still stole that money. So the total loss that we were able to figure out, and this is again, giving him the benefit of the doubt, because we included all of these, I think 7 gas receipts, which I would submit to you, don't account for the money because we heard the testimony of Lisa Morris, the bookkeeper. We reimburse for gas. If the coaches are out there and they have gas, we reimburse for gas. If a kid doesn't have food, we reimburse for food. None of the kids are going to go hungry when they're out on the road, right? Like Lincoln High School has it covered, and there was money, not enough to cover the East Bay, but there was money in the internal account. So, and he had worked there for years. He knew how things were done. Those receipts I would submit are not legitimate expenses. So the total loss that we had of unaccounted money was $2,697.85. And Lincoln reimbursed or gave credit to multiple parents. Like Lincoln had to pay them on top of everything else that was going on. So I would submit to you that the state has proven, one, absolutely Mr. Salters had an organized scheme to defraud, because he's telling people the money you're giving me is going to go to your kids at Lincoln High School. It's going to go into the internal account. It's going to go pay for the things that it didn't pay for. And it was based on that misrepresentation that these people, these hardworking people, some of them who I am sure had to scrimp and save or had to pay an installment so that their kids could have an opportunity at Lincoln High School because it's an excellent basketball program. Trust me, this is what I'm going to use the money for, and then he's going to pocket it. Absolutely was an organized scheme to defraud. And absolutely it was grand theft, and it was more than $10,000. And he absolutely forged those 2 checks. Now, the judge has told you that I will get a chance to speak with you again after Mr. Burden does. I appreciate you listening. If I said anything factually that's different than your memory, don't rely on me, rely on you. What I say is an evidence. I'm just, arguing my memory of the case. Thank you.
Defense, you may argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, members of the jury. First and foremost, I thank you for your time over these past couple of days. I thank you for your attention. Jury duty is extremely important to our society, and you have given Mr. Salters his chance for redemption here. Now, for the last couple of days of testimony, two things are very clear. First, Coach Salters did not keep meticulous records. I'll tell you that right now. He didn't hold on to every receipt. He didn't hold on to every invoice. He's not an accountant. He did not do a great job of keeping track of this. But you know what else is very clear? Is that Coach Salters did not defraud anybody, and he never stole any money. Go back to opening and exactly what I told you. Lincoln basketball had a lot of moving parts. You had a lot of parents. They were making payments in different amounts. 300 here, 200, 250, all these amounts just flying in. They were going to different people. Coach Salters was taking payments. Lana Ford was taking payments. Demetria Rollins was taking payments. Payments were coming into PayPal. At the same time, these payments were going out. The team was going to tournaments in Florida, in Georgia. They were being transported. Buses, rental vans, SUVs, parents driving. All of these things had to be paid for. And time again, what did you hear people say? Coach Salters took care of it. Coach Salters paid for it. Now, I agree. Coach Salters was probably not in compliance with Leon County school policies. But something that's very important, and you're going to hear me say it a lot, their policy is not the law. Everybody sets policies. Your work, your school, the gym you go to work out at, even Twitter and Instagram have their own policies, but breaking them does not mean you've committed a crime. Your boss may tell you you're not allowed to wear shorts to work, but if you show up in shorts, that doesn't mean you're guilty of indecent exposure. What the state needed to prove is that Coach Salters engaged in a scheme to defraud, that he stole money, and that he committed forgery. And they have failed to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. The key to all four of these counts is intent. He has to intend it. He has to mean. He has to set out to intentionally say, I'm going to cheat those people, pocket their money, and alter their checks. When Judge Marsh read you the jury instructions, he read you that it is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to that alone that you should look for any proof. That means the testimony and the written documents that you can review. Now, it's a natural human tendency to try to fill in gaps. When we hear stories that have issues, we kind of want to figure it out ourselves, but we can't do that here. The moment you have to speculate, the moment you have to say, okay, well, maybe this happened. Nope, we're done. Because that means the state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Judge Marsh has already instructed you, and I want to fill in a few things here. In count one, scheme to defraud, the state has to prove that Coach Salters engaged in a systematic, ongoing course of conduct with intent to defraud and thereby obtained property from Lincoln High School. Now, you have to find that the state has proven both of those elements. If you find the state failed to prove either one of them, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Count two is grand theft. Now here the state needs to prove that Coach Salters knowingly and unlawfully obtained or used property of Lincoln High School. But we know this isn't true. Lincoln High School's bookkeeper talked to you in depth about their accounting practices. She told you that student fees get put into an account. That account is used for expenses. At the end of the year, excess fees would either be returned to students or it would be held over for the basketball team the next year to go to other expenses, which means Lincoln High School never took possession of this money. It wasn't theirs. The judge also instructed you on good faith. If you find Coach Salters had a good faith belief that he had a right to possess the currency, even temporarily, then you must find him not guilty. And if you have reasonable doubts about whether he held that, even if you think that's not reasonable or that he was wrong, you might find that he was wrong. He thought it was okay. No, it wasn't. That's fine. As long as Coach Salters believed that what he was doing was right, that he was okay to temporarily hold on to this money to pay for team expenses, then you must find him not guilty. Now, intent is something that's very hard to prove. We don't know what people are thinking. What you can do is look to someone's actions and ask yourself, are these the actions of someone trying to cheat somebody? And here, it's very obvious that this is not. Look who Coach Salters was dealing with. Lana Ford, heading the Booster Club. He's known her for 15 years. She's an accountant. He knows she's an accountant. Who tries to cheat an accountant? She told you his name wasn't on the bank account. He had no access to that money. What con man, what person trying to defraud you lets somebody else control the money? He had to go to her and ask for money out of this account. Let's look at who else he was dealing with. Lindsay Bogan. He's an administrative law judge, practicing attorney. Coach Daly, coach for 3 seasons, fellow employee with at Lincoln High School. Joycelyn Milton, he coached her son since he was 5. 5. This is a kid in high school. These are educated people we're talking about, lawyers, accountants, business managers, fellow teachers and colleagues. Does someone who intends to create a scheme to defraud go out and select some of the most educated people in society and say, yep, that's who I'm going to cheat? Does someone looking to defraud someone think, you know what? I'll pull one on the teacher who teaches three classes down from me. No way that's ever going to go wrong. Are these the actions of someone looking to defraud? The other way we know that Coach Salters had no intent to defraud is he wasn't hiding things. He wasn't pressuring people for money. He told one person, oh, yeah, just write my name. It's okay. Fine. But he wasn't hiding those payments. Lana Ford told you he was messaging her to tell her who had paid him. It's a great opportunity to pocket money. Someone makes a payment. If you want to keep it, no one knows about it. But no, he was completely forthright and told her, hey, so-and-so paid, so-and-so paid, so-and-so paid. You can look through the records. Now, I ask you, go back, look through them. See all the checks that were coming into him. Numerous checks just made out to him. Demetrius Salters. And all that money was going to Lincoln basketball expenses. And by the way, this was his bank account. He wasn't doing this in secret. He wasn't trading in cash only. He wasn't telling people, hey, just give me cash. It's okay. No. He was accepting checks. Checks leave a paper trail. We know that. Now, Ms. Bueno has made a lot over the last couple of days and in her closing about, well, they didn't give him authorization. People don't give authorization. If I give you a check, I don't say, I authorize you to deposit this in this account, but not these. That's just not how we do things. People gave Coach Salters money. Coach Salters paid for expenses. Now, you also know, and as she pointed out, banks keep a record of these checks. You can go look and see the image of your check being cashed. Apparently, the state expects us to believe that Demetrius Salters ran this and just hoped no one would ever look at a check and go, wait, what happened? It's absurd. And the biggest reason we know that Coach Salters did not intend to defraud anybody is because people got what they paid for. Parent after parent told you that their kids got merchandise. Now, some of them didn't get all of it. I was on East Bay. You heard Coach Daly. That was a mess. Bags were coming in the wrong color. Shoes, they didn't have enough. We had to go back and order a second round. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. Oh, they didn't have the sizes. They didn't have anything above XL. I mean, that was a mess. That was not a well-run company. But that's not Coach Salters' fault. Now, Coach Daly told you that they put in an order with East Bay for shoes, and East Bay came back and said, nope, we don't have enough of those. Okay. They put in a second order. Those came in, but they didn't have all the sizes. Keep in mind, it was not Coach Salter's idea to use them. Coach Daly suggested they use East Bay. Now, you heard Coach Daly say East Bay hadn't received payment, but clearly they did. You can see it in the bank records. I told you this the other day. He paid them $6,897.88. Those payments happened on December 13th. Don't take my word for it. Look at it in the records. Nearly $7,000 he paid. And if they were still missing so much money, why were things being shipped? You heard Mr. Majors, my sons wear that gear to this day. They got what they ordered. You also heard over and over again how this team traveled. Jacksonville, Gainesville, Colquitt, they were crossing state lines to play basketball. Coach Daly told you that once they traveled by a chartered bus, they were renting out the big passenger vans, then 5 to 6 seat mini SUVs. And who handled getting those? Coach Daly said, oh, Coach Salters took care of it. Now, once, Ms. Ford said that the booster club paid for it, but that was once. You heard about how this team was traveling a lot. Coach Salters was in charge of all of that. Chartered buses cost money. Coach Salters paid for that. There was a lot of testimony about team meals, and you heard Coach Daly confirm, yes, students were getting fed. We fed students. No one went hungry when they traveled with us. So yes, the team would collect fees to pay for student meals, and then they paid for them. Ask yourself, how much does it cost to feed a bus full of hungry teenage boys? Now, counts 3 and 4 deal with forgery. And what's really important on that one is that second element. Remember, the state has to prove all elements or you must find not guilty. Well, the second element in forgery is that Salters intended to injure or defraud some person or firm. Now let's talk about those 2 money orders. Lana Ford told you that Demetric Salters came to her and said he needed money from the booster account to pay for the East Bay payment. That's what he told her it was for. She paid him $1,375 in November, and then a little bit later, she paid him in December. The total for that was $4,175. $4,175. Less than a week after that second payment came in, Coach Salters used that same account to pay out the $6,897.88 on December 13th. It is not forgery unless you intend to defraud someone. Simply writing your name on a check is not forgery. Anyone can do it. It's legal unless you intend to defraud somebody. Not only did he not intend to defraud, he didn't even get enough money from the booster club to cover the other payment. Why? Because he had other people making payments at the same time. As you go through the records, I want you to take note of just a couple of things. You will notice that most months, Coach Salters was bringing in just over $3,500 a month in his salary. He got paid every month on the last business day of the year. That's usually around the 30th or the 31st. In December, you'll notice that came in on the 15th. Now, that's after he made the payment. And then the other thing I want you to note is that in October, he received a loan for $6,300. That was a bank loan that came in. Other than that, what you'll notice, this account was not swelling. This was not an account suddenly flush with money with no explanation. Now let's talk about the investigations that got us here. John Honkiar sat there and told you confidently a full financial analysis was completed and I based off that. That's not true, is it? Because what Levitra Paul said, he said that was not a full financial analysis. She told you that she was not concerned with violations of the law. She was looking at things that did not comply with Leon School's policy. Once again, policy is not the law. She told you When I put my report together, we were potentially over $10,000. That's a big number. And then Jared Lee said, by the time I was done, you're down to $2,697.85. We'll talk about that in a second. Ms. Paul told you that her information was not complete. They were still waiting on information. But Honky R went out and got his warrants anyway. Jared Lee told you he got the file in September of 2017. 6 months after the end of the basketball season, almost a year after the time period we're talking about. And he told you, and I love this, I asked him, what'd you think of Honky R's investigation? He looked me dead in the eyes and he said, incomplete and inaccurate. Honky R's not a cop. He sits at a desk. He plays cop. Now, Jared Lee did at least a somewhat competent investigation. He started from scratch, said he identified 27 potential checks linked to 18 different parents. Then he said 6 of those people either refused to talk to him or just never responded. Is this the behavior of people who have been cheated out of $500? Someone cheats you out of $500 and you just go, it's all right, I like him, he's a good guy. No, I submit to you, no. As I said before, he came down from that over $10,000 to suddenly telling you $2,697.85 that he couldn't account for. Yeah, but that's not quite true either, is it? Because he also told you that he didn't count anything that he didn't have verification for. We've already established Coach Salters didn't keep the greatest records. He didn't hold on to every receipt. Also, keep in mind, this is September 2017, talking about transactions that happened in September 2016. Receipts get lost in a year. Invoices get lost in a year. It happens. Now, maybe if Honky R hadn't jumped the gun, we wouldn't be here right now. But either way, let's look at what Jared Lee told you. He was down to that $2,600 number, but he said he got verification from 3 coaches who said they were paid $800 a piece. He got it twice. They sent him the information. He said, there's no signatures on this. I can't accept it. Keep in mind, there's no legal requirement you sign something, but okay, fine. They sent it back with a signature. They signed their name and said, I received $800 for coaching basketball. But he rejected that. He didn't include it. Why? Well, he said he was informed that that wasn't policy. There we are again. Policy is not law. Then he also said he didn't think it was right because they were being paid under the table. He doesn't get to make that decision. He doesn't get to decide whether something is right or not. Now, the question is not, does Jared Lee think that Coach Salters handled things in the best way, or does Jared Lee think that the way he handled it could have been better? The question is, did this payment exist? These payments existed for $2,400. Take that away from his number, and you get $297.85. Set aside that receipts go missing over a year. Coach Demetric Salters has been coaching basketball for over a decade, since some of the students had been in preschool. And the state expects you to believe that he would risk his career, risk his reputation, risk his livelihood, his freedom for the price of an Apple Watch? It's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. But during her closing, I want to touch on a couple things Ms. Bueno said. She said, there were 33 kids who each paid $500. That's not true. We know that. Payments came in. They were partial. Some people didn't pay. She did not bring you 33 kids to tell you I paid this money. You can look at the records. There was nowhere near that amount of money coming in. And she talked about the travel fee. Again, everyone traveled. Those buses were getting paid for by Coach Salters. Those cars were getting rented by Coach Salters. She said, everyone knows you're not allowed to put a check in an account. Well, clearly not everyone knew because the bank accepted all those. They could have turned him away. They could have said, I'm sorry, sir, we can't do that. But they didn't, because Coach Salters was a representative of Lincoln basketball. She also talked about people not wanting to testify. Oh, they liked him. He was a good man. What makes more sense to you, ladies and gentlemen? That people just waved off being cheated out of half a grand because they liked the guy who did it? Or that people weren't cheated? That's why people didn't want to come in. That's why people didn't talk to Jared Lee, because they hadn't been cheated. As in all criminal cases, it is the state that has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Coach Salters is guilty of the crimes they've alleged, and they have failed to do so. They've presented you with a lot of testimony about Leon County Schools policy. Our policy says this, our policy says that. Policy is not the law. They have not presented you with any evidence that Coach Salters had intent to defraud people. Dr. Birch told you this all started when an invoice came in for another order with East Bay. His exact words, they were trying to make it good. This is before any investigation started, and Coach Salters was already working to fix the problems caused by East Bay sending incomplete shipments. You remember Coach Daly, he talked about it a lot. Once teenagers see one person with something, they all want to know, where's mine, where's mine, where's mine? Demetria Rollins said she received payments in cash, sent them to Lana Ford. Natalie Simpson told you that the JV players were supposed to play less. It was $300 instead of $200. And Daly confirmed that yes, the letter said $500, but the JV was playing less because they weren't traveling. It's clear that not everybody got this message. And that was backed up by Mr. Farron's testimony. He told you that Brighton waited until the last possible day and just shoved the letter at him. When you're passing messages through students to parents, mistakes happen. Now, Lana Ford, as I said, told you that Salters had no access to the booster account, and he kept her updated on who was making those payments. Kristen Gold told you that she wrote the check directly to Salters, and that she never told him there were issues with the order. She said her son only received part of it, but she never told him. You can't fix something if you don't know about it, and she never told him. Mr. Major sat there. He said $500 is not a lot of money for sports fees. Demetric Salters wasn't inflating costs. He wasn't telling people, hey, pay me XYZ, just $500. That's not a lot of money for sports fees. He said Salters never pressured him to make a check out to himself. He told you that they traveled, and the key words, regardless of what count he used, my kids got everything they paid for. Are we supposed to believe that Demetric Salters gave some people everything, but intended to cheat others? I submit to you that's absurd. Finally, Ms. Morris told you that the bookkeeper, she confirmed Lincoln holds the money and what happens to it when it's not spent. Now, I'd like to point out was one thing I take a little issue with Ms. Bueno. She said that they were reimbursing gas. They were reimbursing food. The bookkeeper told you they could reimburse that. You've seen no evidence that they did. Again, we know that Coach Salters did not always keep his receipts. Now, Lindsey Bogan told you that his suspicions first came up because he didn't think that size 14 shoes should be out of stock. He didn't think that that was normal. He thought that should be fine. And Coach Daly told you exactly, yeah, they didn't have them. They placed the order. Some came in. They said sizes 14 and up. The company didn't have them. And when Mr. Bogan told Coach Salters what was going on there, what did he say? Coach Salters said, oh, I'm sorry about that. Tell him to pick any shoe he wants. He didn't tell him to pick something of the same price. He said, tell him to pick any shoe he wants and we'll get it for him. It is not Coach Salters' fault that East Bay team sales did not have that shoe in size 14. But he was trying to fix it. And one thing that was really clear through all of the testimony is that when people went to Coach Salters, he told them, I'll fix it. But then he was suspended by the school before it could happen. Out of a team of about 30 students, 10 parents came in here. Let's talk about what you didn't hear. The biggest thing is no one can explain where is the money. There's been no testimony about Coach Salters driving a brand new Cadillac. He didn't go out and buy a boat. He wasn't going around town eating $300 dinners. There's nothing about where all this money went. This Bueno is sitting here talking about tens of thousands of dollars, but it's not there. You look at his account. It's not there. The state has provided to you nothing except evidence that Coach Salters was making sure his players got merchandise they ordered, making sure they had transportation to and from games all over Florida and Georgia, making sure that his players weren't going hungry during those long trips and during tournaments. Coach Salters was doing everything he was supposed to do. He may not have held on to every receipt. He may not be able to document every dime that was spent. He may not have followed Leon County Schools policy. But it is very clear that Coach Demetric Salters never defrauded a single student or parent. He never took money from a student, parent, booster, the school itself, or anything else that wasn't spent on those students. Coach Salters cares about his players. Coach Salters is a great coach, and Coach Salters is not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've been going for about an hour and a half now. We're gonna take about a brief 10-minute recess. I remind you, we are not done with our closing argument, so you're to leave your notes here. You are not to discuss your case amongst yourselves. I haven't given you all of the final instructions, but we are going to take about a 10-minute recess. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, you may retire to the deliberation rooms for purposes of a health and comfort break. All right, the jury has departed the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. During my reading of the verdict form, I realized there was a scrivener's error. I have made a correction. So after the state's rebuttal argument, I intend to let them know about. I've printed a new form. The only change is originally I had said on count one, choice A was the defendant is guilty of organized scheme to defraud. The court has made the correction. It is choice A of count one is the defendant is guilty of organized fraud. I will read them the entire count so as not to highlight guilty or not guilty. I think they need to hear them both again. So I'm just going to tell them there was an error with count one, and I'm not going to read the whole verdict form, but I'm going to read all of count one again.
Yes.
Anything else we need to discuss before we take a break?
No, you're on.
All right, we'll be in recess. 10 minutes.
Quick, you gotta break us, falling asleep.
I'll go back there before we start. Yeah, 10. Yeah, I just. Yeah, I wasn't staring, I wasn't glaring at you.
I knew it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Yeah, I just wanted. Yeah, I was, that's because we were already down the jury. Yelling at the judge?
My
Are
favorite
you
one.
getting your own or feel rid?
Yeah, go ahead. I gotta say, all this, we didn't hear it.
Yeah, right.
I don't see it.
You get, I mean, my face is hot, so I'm just breathing hot air on my own face. It's nice.
Did these people behave themselves while we were gone? Did they get in
Yeah,
any trouble
we're
or
not getting
anything?
wild.
I got some work I could do here, but it's a lot of typing. I couldn't do it.
Not very loud, it's fine.
Well, but I didn't want anybody distracted.
I appreciate it. Because, you know, there's some in the past.
And I have to have something loud too, depends on really what you're doing. Some things are just little bits and pieces you're typing, you're
Right.
sign. When you start getting to where you're really typing, I can kind of.
So where did this record this go?
No, it's always better. That way, it's not.
I mean, this is yellow.
Yeah. It's always.
I was wondering if,
We just switched.
Yeah.
since it's the,
But
He was in here for another one. I think that was, and I never saw it on the news, ever, on either one of them. And that's what Isaac does.
Well, I thought you were. Yeah, I'll send Sean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with his camera, right? I wonder if
All right, man.
oh, well, oh, I don't think so, because I think it's on and,
it wasn't here.
no, I was going to shoot that.
This was one of the first ones that, when we came back.
I know we were in one together.
He's a Mexican,
Oh,
Hispanic name, coming back to me slowly. Joel,
yes, yes, I remember that.
Yes.
It was the,
yes, the
it was the,
sexist,
yeah, I can't remember his last name, but it was the,
oh my God,
the, Lewis,
right, right. That's the one I was thinking.
yeah, I was with you for that one.
I thought
been. With every single judge. From the judge from the trial.
Are you still short-handed?
You know, a lot's going to depend on what's going on at any given time. And if we have been short-handed, Q, you know Q?
Yes.
That she had her doctor had switched medication on her, and she had, anaphylactic shock. She's been out for a while. Wanda's grandson, it's either of that. So she was out for a bit.
So what did Tracy do?
Tracy's back now.
Oh, really?
She did just this week.
Oh, wow.
She's been back this week.
But she's here for good.
Yeah, this week. She's still taking treatment. She's still taking chemo, but it's only once every 3 weeks.
Oh,
A year. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's some kind of treatment, I'm not sure.
she's been fine. And Jamie, I haven't seen her.
Jane's still here, she was out taking care of yesterday, and she took it today. She worked a weekend, and then that week, everything fell apart. Q, everything, so she would get to take her time off for her week. Now she's taking today and tomorrow.
It's crazy, isn't
So,
it?
yeah, I've been doing a lot of looking at misdemeanor trial, civil trial. I do every time I trial is trial.
I bet they have you angry.
They do. I thought I didn't mind that at all.
So do you end your job? And you have to, or you in job?
It basically is my job now, just to go work.
No, job.
No, I'm retiring in October.
Oh, wow.
And I trained Maddie to go to, and when she got trained, I told her, you know, that I would try to get in there. Just, she's trained, purchase. I can just do anything I want me to do. She did a very good job. You know, do trials as well too. It's like that, something else we can use it like that. Cover for people who are on vacation. So I don't have a specific division.
Gotcha.
I just go with whatever.
You go with the flow.
Huh?
You go with the flow.
I go with the flow. It's,
You're like us, we just like it.
you know, and because at the time, I was getting so tired, I told them, I said, I had, they knew. And I said, this was in April. No, not April. About May of last year. I told them, I was just getting so tired. So I said, no, this is the winter, it was in the fall. I said, I just want to think. So the choice which is the reality and the decision that I was or.
All right, court's back in session.
Everyone, please be seated. All right, we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
All rise, jury's in the courtroom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you may be seated. Everyone else may be seated. State, you may make a rebuttal closing.
Thank you. Remember when we talked during jury selection about a prosecutor's fear of having the type of case or a person who, because of who they are, because they're famous, or because of what they do, that people are going to decide or maybe make decisions because of that? And, I think everybody knows that a lot of people feel some kind of way about sports, and I think the evidence has shown is that these parents, their kids were playing in a good team. A lot of kids were going to college ball. They were having a winning season. And so, yeah, it's not unreasonable that these parents don't care or don't want to cause trouble for someone that they see, and they're not causing trouble. He did this to himself. But that they don't want to come in and say something about someone who's giving their child an opportunity in their mind to play college or pro basketball. I think that we all know that just from living in the world, from watching the news. Why did Mr. Salters do this? I don't know. I don't have that answer. Why did he risk his job? Why did he risk his career and his livelihood? I don't know. And we may never know. But what I can tell you is I don't have to prove that. Because people do all kinds of things for all kinds of reasons that only they know in their heart. And let's be real clear. I didn't say he was good at it. I didn't say he was like a criminal mastermind and that he was doing a great job at covering his tracks. I don't know if it was arrogance, hubris. I don't know if he felt that he was owed or that he knew better. I don't know. What I do know is that the possibility is that he needed money. That's the possibility, right? You'll see in the records, he had to get a loan for $6,300 in October. Maybe he needed the money. Maybe it was just easier to go ahead and deposit those checks and use that money as his own. A lot was made about the idea that this was bad record keeping. Well, he's not good at keeping records. Do you know how we could have avoided that entire situation? If he put the money in the internal account in Lincoln High School, where the bookkeepers would keep track of it, and where he would have to submit receipts and account for everything. There'd be purchase orders. Because I'll tell you who was not a bad bookkeeper was those women who were running that Capital City Bank. It wasn't confusing money coming all the way. They kept track of every single penny and every bit of PayPal that came in. And all of that's been recorded. And why did he use another account? I don't know. Plausible deniability? To be able to say, listen, this other account, this money come in, these other people had, I didn't have it. But at the end of the day, he told them, give me the money. I will take the money and I will give it to Lincoln High School. How do we know that he knew what he was doing was wrong? Because he lied. He said, I'm going to go deposit it in the internal account at Lincoln High School. And he didn't. That's not what he did. He misrepresented. He used fraud to get that money. That's the facts that you have in front of you. How do we know that the money belonged to Lincoln High School? Because that's who they wrote the check to. That's the intention of the people writing the checks, that the money is to go to Lincoln High School. That's what the pay to order line means. Listen, Andy Wagner and I, we work together at the state attorney's office. I represent the state attorney's office. If she gives me a check to the state attorney's office, I don't take that check, endorse it, and put it in my personal account as an agent of the state attorney's office. That's a crime. That's theft, and that's forgery. You know why? Because he didn't have permission. It's not, well, you don't have to authorize. Listen, if you are willing to swallow the idea that if you find any check at any time, you can write your name and put it on your personal account, absolutely not. And the fact that the bank didn't stop him doesn't mean he gets a free pass. Listen, what do we know about banks, right? They're not doing a great job, right? So that's not the question. It's not whether they should or shouldn't have. It's what he did. That's why we're here. Because he knew that he shouldn't be doing what he was doing. How do we know he knew what he did was wrong? Because when he asked Jacqueline Morales, to go ahead and write a letter saying that she authorized him to endorse a check and put in her account. And you know what? She didn't. You know why? Because she didn't. She didn't authorize him and she wasn't going to do it. And we know at least one other person was contacted by him to do the same thing. You know how else we know that he knew what he did was wrong? Because when confronted by the Lincoln High School principal and the athletic director, they come back and they bring records.
Sir, we need to remove him from the courtroom and he needs to remove his camera. You had the permission of the court to tape, but as long as it didn't cause a disturbance, you need to remove the camera as well, sir. You need to remove the camera as well, sir.
Your Honor, would you like me to wait?
And sir, after the Objection is overruled. Counsel, you may continue.
And like I said, this $800 that we've been talking about, well, that's where the money went, so you should go ahead and subtract. It's not that. He didn't do anything wrong. Well, yes, he did do something wrong. We don't know who these people are. They didn't have background checks. That is, again, if you believe that he actually paid $800 to some people to be volunteer coaches, the fact of the matter is the law says whether he uses it to benefit himself or benefit another person, it doesn't matter. He's still guilty of theft. And I would submit to you that he doesn't just get to do whatever he wants. He doesn't just get to decide, well, I'm going to do something that's wrong, illegal, against the rules, but because I did it for the kids, then it's going to be fine and you can't find him guilty. Absolutely not. And you know what else? We did have testimony that Demetrius Walters absolutely got both a credit from Lincoln High School in the amount of $538. He was also reimbursed for gas and travel. That testimony came out from Jared Lee. And in fact, you can look in his bank records. In October, you will see a credit in the amount of $600 in the middle of October from Leon County Schools. You know why? Because he was getting reimbursed and he was double, triple dipping. Double, triple dipping. You don't get to say that Demetrius Walters was so generous with money to everyone else when it's not his money. That's the law. The fact of the matter is, for whatever reason, and it doesn't matter why, he took money that didn't belong to him. He used that money however he wanted, and he is guilty of all counts. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's an issue or two that have come up, and I think what's best is I have some more instructions to give you, but we're right near the lunch hour. So I know I hate to do this to you, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you on a lunch break. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, as you have not received all the instructions of this court. You have gotten all of the argument, and you've heard all the evidence, but you have not gotten all of the instructions on the law yet. So at this time, I'm going to give you that instruction that I've done before. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to give you quite as long. I'm going to give you until 1:15 for lunch. So leave your notes here. This should be hopefully the last time you leave your notes here, because when you deliberate, you'll have your notes. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a very good lunch, and we'll see you at 1:15. All right, the jury is deported to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. All right, defense, I want a proposed instruction. We'll come back here at 1 to deal with a proposed limiting instruction. I will formally say, I think I said it, but I can't recall. The motion for mistrial is denied, but I understand you need to make your record, and I wanted to make sure the record was clear that I did, in fact, deny the motion for mistrial. With that, I think the defense can go if they want. My next issue is with Mr. Vyshevsky. If he's out in the hallway, I'd like to go ahead and bring Mr. Vyshevsky in. Defense, you're welcome to stay, but again, this is not your issue.
Your Honor, with your permission, we're going to step outside to work on this.
Absolutely,
Once
Mr.
it's finished, how would you like us to bring it in?
Please, if you would submit it send it to Marcy with a copy to the state so I can take a look at it.
Yes, sir.
Again, you don't need to wait until 1 p.m.
Oh, Your Honor,
if you're
we'll
done
be
before
ready
that.
for the next 10 minutes, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I thank
Thank
you,
you,
counsel. All right, Mr. Vyshevsky, come in front of the bar, please. This is James Paul Vyshevsky, bar number 154989. Mr. Vyshevsky had permission of court admin in this court to film proceedings in today's case. However, during the filming of that, the court noted that the court could hear audio and what sounded like audio from an electronic device of Mr. Vyshevsky during the court proceeding, interrupting the argument of counsel. So, Mr. Vyshevsky, why should this court not hold you in direct contempt of court?
My apologies, Judge. Obviously, this was a situation where my computer was running out of battery, and I understand that the program that I use is called StreamYard, so I can actually switch to the phone to use StreamYard to film the trial. And due to my poor technological knowledge of this, how this works, I forgot to mute the microphone, as I was switching from the computer to the phone. It was basically the first time that I attempted to do that, and I should not have done that. Should have just let the computer die, and that's it. I obviously apologize to Ms. Bueno that I interrupted this, and immediately, as soon as I noticed that this was happening, I tried to shut off the phone, and it was just taking me a few seconds to do it, and then Judge just spoke to me, and then obviously that distracted me from trying to do that. I sincerely apologize, and it will never happen again. I intend to, in essence, have my phone shut off on all future proceedings that I record.
All right. Well, Mr. Vyshevsky, again, and I appreciate the fact I knew you were going to be here and recording. You did what you were supposed to, which was contact court admin. They notified me, and you had done that in accordance with the rules of court. And I appreciate the fact that you were doing it right. But what we cannot have, absolutely cannot have, and I will not let you ever tape in my courtroom again if I were to have something like this again, or if I hear any other judges done that. I am dedicated to a fair and open court proceeding for members of the public to be able to watch and hear and listen. This courthouse is open. The courtroom is open. We had spectators here, members in the gallery. So I wish people would come down to the courthouse more often and watch trials so that they know what's going on in their community and about how the criminal justice system does work. I appreciate members of the press that want to, and my understanding is you're doing this in a press capacity. And I appreciate members of the press getting these proceedings out because it educates our public. And that's very important as we have members here today from our community. But what we cannot have, no member of the press nor anyone else is allowed to disturb the proceedings. And I take that very seriously. So Mr. Vyshevsky, I do not find you in contempt of this court. I don't find that you've made a willful disruption of this court, but I will warn you, sir, that we're not to have any of that again. And accordingly, you're warned. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you cannot be disturbing, nor anyone would I allow to be disturbing my courtroom. And if they do that, I do have them removed.
I do sincerely apologize, Judge. I do work closely with the court administration. I'm actually I hired somebody to do this, and I'm going to train them carefully, and I'm going to make sure that never happens with anyone else as well.
All right, Mr. Vyshevsky, I appreciate your apology and your apology to the state whose argument you were interrupted. With that, sir, you are dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Everyone have a good lunch.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, we're just slowly brainless.
Hey, Pat. At least not this
Even
warm.
though, too, make sure I told them to be back at 1:10
Okay.
at the latest, so hopefully he just grabbed them to come in.
All right.
Well, they've been good about coming back so far, so.
Yeah, good.
I'll see you ladies after lunch.
I have a good lunch.
$268 control. So 6 hours total for the morning, break for lunch, be resuming at 13. You come back?
Yeah, just, I must have said, yeah. Sorry, I stepped out to work on this. I know, I see, I even said, let's get out of here, bailiffs locked the door, and I was like, oh, too late.
Y'all look quick.
They do very quick.
Yeah, once everybody moves out, we lock the doors, so. You know, if anything got locked in, you can always go to the bailiff's office and.
I try not to do that, to disrupt you guys so much,
You
but
just weren't worried about his keys.
that's the only thing that really matters to my
He
keys.
even kept it for lunch.
I'm trying to get my lunch, so yeah.
And you know, with my back being what it is,
And
walking
I
is
was getting
probably
ready to
not the best
say-
idea.
Right before the door locked, I was like, hey, I have my keys and my wallet, so. You were not, although that was good too, I was like, yeah, we're not going to lunch, we'll see. You
Or not my wallet.
can walk.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just talking.
Let's see you guys at lunch.
Just me.
Did the judge ban him for the rest of the proceedings?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, shoot.
I can't remember. I just sent him a text, the judge's text, and I can't remember what he told him.
Oh, is he still outside?
He might be. I'll give him a rope name so he can
Let
come
me
back. to me.
see.
He said he can let him come back. to me.
He is gonna let him in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Does he work for a news station?
No, but he's got the blessing of court admin to come in here. Now, I was having this conversation with somebody else. If it was anything, then heck, it's a little uncoming at all.
Exactly.
At least not to,
And not late either.
yeah. But apparently court admin sent him an email
Huh.
and he said he'd allow it. Because he's been working with court admin for a while now. And apparently they hadn't even given his blessing to come in the courtroom to do this. So
Where does he post this stuff?
apparently he, according to what he's telling people, is he like runs little training things, online training things for lawyers and showing them courtroom stuff going on. You know, this is the way to do this, this is the way not to do this kind of stuff. So,
So he was allowed to come in here yesterday when he wore shorts?
no, he
Okay.
wasn't,
Because I saw him in the hallway when I was leaving.
was he wearing shorts
He was
yesterday?
wearing- Yes, sir. He was wearing.
I don't remember, because I was up here, I was dealing with all sorts of stuff, but
Because I remember, he said, "Hi, how are you?" And I was like, "Good, how are you?" And I'm walking out to the truck. And I looked, and I was like, thinking to myself, there's no way he was allowed in court with shorts.
He probably walked in, sat down, and nobody knew.
yeah, I think that's what, I think he came in during the break, yeah.
Wow. That's something.
And he's somebody that knows better. But yeah, apparently he puts his stuff on YouTube or something and has a little training stuff to, but apparently according to court admin, they really shouldn't be telling us what to do. But what do I know? I'm just not sure.
I know, we just work here.
Yeah, I think they're right. I think he was the first.
Because I remember seeing him, and I thought, wait a minute.
I think, I'm trying to think of, what do you want? I think
They were
that
black.
picture's starting to form in my mind.
Long black shorts.
Because he told somebody about something about having to do this, then go play tennis or something, so he might.
Oh, wow. Or maybe he changed. But I did see him in shorts in the hall.
Yeah, I'm getting old, I can't.
No, you're not kidding.
No, trust me, I am.
Well, hello. Hey, how are you? I'm good. There's way wrong with this thing.
So are you taking over the rest of the day, or are you just filming?
No, I'm just gonna help him out with the jury.
Oh, okay.
Sit in the back of the courtroom until this time he needs me.
Sounds good. Because we had Billy earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. What is wrong with this stupid thing? There we go. I kept pulling my ear. Yeah. Billy sitting in the back.
Yes. He was holding down the fort. And I'm sure you're gonna do an awesome
Yeah.
job. Well, there's not much left. I mean,
That's what he said.
there's an instruction that you're drawing up. And they're gonna go they're gonna go back and forth about that, and then bring the jury in, and hopefully it should be 2 minutes, and then they deliberate. Because they've already had full instructions, closing, everything. This is a special capital.
Two things.
Yes.
Number one, I love your mask.
Oh, thank you.
And number two, I will repeat, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
I'm no 86 size.
I finished and then I saw you stand there, I went, oh crap.
I was like,
How would
did
you not
something
get
happen?
two words leaving? I'm so sorry.
Did you run back and go there?
I
I do have
got other
to really
reports telling me
appreciate
fast, so I've made it a point, like, in my mind, I think, slow down. Because if it's going too fast for you, then it's going so fast the jury's not taking it in.
You got to sell it to them.
So I've already learned to just slow down, and then, but, oh, when I got heated, so.
Oh, I understand. I do. I get it.
I just want to compliment you.
Yes.
Now, this was
Yeah,
a class.
the mask, the keyboard, and the press, all that, it's like a whole coordination thing, I love it.
She had to go make green. Her was make green.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So they're all sitting down and
Well, I'm behind
making
you.
this thing.
oh, yeah, I know.
They're all doing
This
just
whole
right.
thing was not planned.
I like it. I'm gonna choose.
Everyone just stop.
Where you can swap it and realize
Because I got an idea, I'm pretty sure I did.
I mean, listen, that was me yesterday,
So-
gray suit, purple shirt,
Everyone
purple
just sitting
tie,
down, I'm just
purple
making-
mask,
I'm just saying.
and my face.
So you're the
And also same thing, except
You're
it was
watching
my
it,
polo,
yeah.
Thank God. So all day yesterday was like,
And then he puts the glove
all day
again.
witnesses were like,
Oh,
can you identify the person? No, he's at council table wearing a purple shirt. Two people with a purple shirt. He's wearing a gray suit. There's two people with no tie. Oh. It was.
Oh, that's awesome.
I felt so bad for him.
And this is-
I know you're so embarrassed. I'm just like, it's like going there today and somebody put a thing in late. Right.
I told this.
It wasn't there yet.
That's awesome. Like, that's beautiful.
That's terrible.
You know, just because I'm in the law doesn't mean I have to be all sour.
Of course, of course. And then you gotta wear the same suit over and over and over.
Imagine when someone did one.
I've seen someone do that.
Oh,
I have not
I have too.
mentioned any names.
I have
I
one,
love
but. Why if you only have one good one? That is really hard.
If you only have one good one, you take your first 3 paychecks and buy more skins.
Yeah, there's a plug right behind that last bench along the wall.
Men's Warehouse is your best friend.
And I work suits. I wish we had a suit store.
I have a black blazer. It's certainly very well.
I see it, but it's.
And black is excellent. And you can get black slides. Even if you use a black blazer. Yes. The last thing I want to do in my family when I'm doing something, I don't want to do anything destructive from what I'm doing because of what I'm doing. Either because it's too light, or because it's super dark and I look like an undertaker,
Right.
because it's the same thing I did yesterday.
That's good. I was wearing like a beige blazer and then I have like white.
Oh my God.
Because it's like, we showed up and had like the floor did not like go planes. The jury was not like, oh man, that's hilarious.
You know Mr. Carr?
I do. Oh, yes, I do. It's a seersucker.
Yeah.
He came to it, it was a case man, so not a jury trial, but the other year, but he was wearing a camouflage duckling and pants and a blazer up top.
Nothing surprises me.
That was the day I was. Yes.
Oh, yeah. His wife buys his clothes.
Yeah.
His wife,
That was the day I realized that all the talk in law school about you can only wear this dark colors. That's when I realized that
he
was.
can dress like a banana.
Tracks like, that is so on brand.
Oh, my God.
Would you hear
I don't think
that?
I would start my career out that way.
No,
You
not
gotta
either.
go
You gotta fall off slowly.
Well established,
Yes.
sometimes you can get away with it.
Yeah.
You definitely have to fall off over a period of years.
Was you here when Ryan Sandy was with the state?
Oh, yes.
office? Oh, he was fun just because he would do the weirdest theatrical things during his closings. He stripped one time.
What?
It was an indecent exposure case. And the defense was, he wasn't trying to expose himself, he was just trying to get changed for the gym outside his car. And Ryan Sandy's doing his closing, and he starts unbuttoning his shirt. He's like, ladies and gentlemen, I know what I'm doing right now. And I don't remember how far I got for it. This counsel was like, Your Honor.
Oh, how funny.
And then another time he was trying to highlight.
Could you imagine, like, just for the record?
I don't know, can you imagine the record, like, ladies and gentlemen, state attorney begins unbuttoning his shirt.
Yeah, I can't do all that,
Like-
unfortunately.
Like this record's taking a turn here.
There was another time he was trying to highlight how much alcohol someone had drank, so he got like a big thing of tall boys, brings them into the courthouse. And during his closing, he had a bucket, and he just starts pouring into a bucket. He was quite theatrical.
This guy
My understanding is that after a couple of incidents, he got talking to him, he was told to not.
You must have caught them, like.
Okay.
that's not
They
right.
don't probably know.
I was gonna give it to her. So when
Mr.
she's gonna be
Sandy's
saying.
stripping about that time.
Yeah, okay.
Ryan.
Yes,
I'm not gonna
Or Ryan.
Well, I'm sure they figured it out, most of them now anyway.
He was entertaining, you gotta give him that.
We're talking about some of the theatrics before. Like the absurd theatrics.
Many years ago, someone built a model of a car, like the windshield, something. I was there for about it, and I took a baseball bat to it. Wow.
Unexpected.
I,
Fabulous. Watch lots of time, right?
Were you in Gaston when John Stevenson was out there?
oh, I heard about
John Stevenson in his article.
Everything starts happening so
John was trying
fast,
to
just don't get a chance to give the
highlight
alternate.
self-defense, and he couldn't find anything.
Is he expecting
It was 4.5 foot Leonardo.
Oh, do you?
From like Target.
No.
And he's like, so let's say Leonardo here, guys, to attack me, lifts his arm, like it works, you know.
Because when you ask for it, you can't really.
John Stevenson also wants to cover himself with a razor.
That's what I was talking about.
This client somehow
I thought before.
Not for the
smuggled in a razor there from jail in his mouth.
Oh, no.
When you can choose it.
Well, no, I'm talking about from jail to the court, it was in his mouth. He had said it.
You ask for
Where
it
was
because
it?
the
Well, that's his own.
Yeah.
But then he like spits it out, he's like.
Well, who wouldn't want to-
He's like, those are the attorney, but they was tackling, the razor was behind. John, they also know, he's like, oh, things are sharp. And of course, a second later, blood starts gushing.
That one most of them do it last time.
It's
I'm kidding. you understand.
I will tell you that.
Oh,
Among other places.
And so I was like, John, you didn't give me a piece of paper? So John, like, he's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, you know, like, it's like, I didn't even put a Band-Aid on it, he's like, pressed it, so his white shirt is like.
It's a special.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's a special to tell me how white you
And let me also point out, I love John Stevenson. Sometimes you hear,
So he was on one of my juries years ago.
really?
We got a guilty conviction. It was, I can't remember if it was like I know it was a violent crime because
I'm just trying to figure out why you left John Stevenson.
I have actually had pretty good luck with lawyers, and this was before he did, he got stuff that-
Oh.
this was many years ago.
So he's like a lawyer, but I'm no lawyer.
Right.
Okay.
And so then when he had started doing work originally, I can't remember if he was really good with or criminal conflict, he introduced himself to me. I was like, I'm one of your juries. I was like, good. But it had to, you'll have to ask him, I can't remember.
Gotcha. Oh, that's enough.
Well, I'm sure he's like cooperating.
Yes. This one time I started a jury.
Geneva, every defense attorney.
Or every attorney in general.
Sadly, I have never been called. I want you.
Mr. Bird? Is your client out there?
Yes.
Yeah, judge is ready.
Oh, all right. Let me get him.
Where did So, cause yeah, it's like, this part is squishy.
Yeah.
Right. I was here, and you did that. Sure did.
All right, court's back in session.
Everyone, please be seated. All right, we're back in case number 2017 CF 1140, State versus Demetric Salter. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I will note the defendant is present with counsel at counsel table. I did not receive, I'm not sure if I was supposed to, I did not receive any proposed limiting instruction during the lunch hour. I did draft one of my own, but I did want to hear from the defense. Again, they may have decided they didn't want that. I don't know.
I
So
apologize, Your Honor, I sent one out right before we left, it may not have sent. Sorry, give me just one moment.
well, that's all right. You can go ahead and say it audibly and slowly enough so that I can get it down.
Yes, Your Honor, this courthouse eats technology. All right, what I had drafted and what I had sent, Your Honor, at this point, did you not receive it either? Oh. For the record, I sent it to the JA and I did copy the state on it. It may just not have sent. I apologize.
Today has not been a good technology day for a lot of us, so that's all right. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll try to.
The instruction that defense would propose, Your Honor, is as follows. This case is being tried in the Circuit Court of Leon County, Florida. You are not here to determine any potential violation of federal tax law, nor should you speculate on whether any such violations occurred. Your deliberations should focus only on whether Demetric Salters committed the crimes alleged in the information.
All right, well, I'll hear from the state in a second. Let me tell you what I've got. I adapted mine based on the Rule 2.4, evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts, and I have modified that to the following. You have heard argument by the state about possible other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant. Such argument may be considered by you for the limited purpose of rebutting the arguments of the defendant. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the information. Defense?
I would accept that, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection by the state?
No, you're right.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a modification of these 2.4 evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts and making it applicable to this. I think they'll get that. I think I've been very clear about what he is on trial for and what he is not. So, anything else we need to take up? I'm not sure our jury's here yet, so I'll step off the bench so that for a moment. But anything else we need to discuss before I come back in?
No, Your Honor, not from the state.
All right, we'll be in a brief recess.
You need candles? Yes, hand lotion.
Okay.
It's not at least one when I walk down.
Okay. Okay.
You know all that.
Yes, yes.
Oh, are you at?
You know, I draw.
Go to the race.
Yeah.
You know, I like if I keep it in my purse, all of it
I need to upskill and it's in my shopping cart, and I keep forgetting to have the cute one that Katie
Oh, really thick ones.
saved my finger with.
I love that gold one stuff. I have.
I didn't know, you looked at me, I didn't know if I needed to go get the drink.
Let him know.
Okay.
So if we go. I want to know if there's, yeah. I don't know if there's. We have shares of vision hearing, birth work, and there's 3 other teacher classes. One of them is already there, just so the other 2.
don't know, I don't know what this is.
That's creepy. That's creepy stalker.
Oh, it just came through.
Yeah, it's came through right now.
He's not even sitting there, you know? Yeah, I wonder if, maybe there was some kind of like Wi-Fi issues and if it's just connected.
So-
We've been having a lot of this.
So our email server causes this issue every once in a while,
Gotcha.
so it looks like he's probably an hour delayed.
Okay. And he's on the same server as the other, okay.
This is clutter. Because I had maybe a 15, 20 minute issue trying to connect my machine to my Bluetooth. And I never had any trouble. I don't know.
I would say this, I switch here. I moved too much and all of a sudden it was like flickering.
Well, you see how good this
We're on here?
morning that lights did? It would be perfect timing, they were all just walking in.
Angry ghosts in this world.
You never know.
Yeah, is there some urban myth about like people after hours speaking to What I found weird is that one juror that's sitting over there, and they see there's a whole column
It can,
like, in between.
but it's not optimal.
I catch him going like this a lot.
I always feel bad for that one person they put there. 'Cause I had another problem here. It's just the way it's done. It used to be in the old. It's not. Score sheet.
This one's open. What's the section of three? Just the traffic.
Oh.
I think I wanted to garden is simply black. I like it because it's like it's man, sun is on that one, this green, that green. And like garden black. So I can light in this one. They were showing your nails, so I was like, what are you showing me?
Yeah. for just-
Yeah, it's just not.
Yeah.
All right, court's back in session.
All right, afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. All right, so my intent will be to let the jury know about two issues. The first is that there's one more instruction I'm going to give to them, and I'll give them the argument concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts. I'll also point out to them that we had a Scrivener's error on the verdict form, and I will go completely over count one again in its entirety on the verdict form. It's 3 lines of text. And then I will go into their final instructions. So with that, anything we need to talk about before we call in the jury?
No, you're.
All right, let's call in the jury.
All right, jury's in the courtroom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may be seated. Everyone else may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We had some matters that we needed to take up. I noticed some errors, and I'm going to talk to you about that in instruction. One is I need to give you one further instruction, and that is you have heard the argument by the state about possible other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant. Such argument may be considered by you for the limited purpose of rebutting the arguments of the defendant. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the information. You have the instructions on what he's charged with and what the state must prove in that. The second is when I read it, I read the jury verdict form to you, and I noticed a Scrivener's error. That is a typo. And so I have corrected that. So I'm going to read the change to you in its entirety for that count. And that is count 1, organized fraud. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the information, check only 1. A, the defendant is guilty of organized fraud, or B, the defendant is not guilty. So I have made that change, and you'll get the correct verdict form. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by our courtroom bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair opportunity to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. Now, during deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violations of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by sending a note to the bailiff. I will note, before I've let you have your cell phones, etc., outside of court, while you are deliberating, the deputy will take your electronic devices. If you have an Apple Watch, that includes your Apple Watch. If you've got a cell phone, an iPad, anything like that, any of those electronic devices, the deputy will take them and safeguard them for you during your deliberations. Now, if you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. Now, during the trial, an item or items were received into evidence as exhibits. During your deliberations, you may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. Now, in closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For over 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may also take any notes that you took with you back to the deliberation room. As previously instructed, your notes are a tool to aid your memory. Notes are for the note taker's personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. They are not evidence. Above all, your memory should be your greatest asset in your recollection of the evidence. Now, with that, juror number 7, Mr. Cantor, you are our alternate juror, and so you will be excused. Now, you're welcome to stay by in the courthouse, in the courtroom, if you want to hear the results here, or if you wait, probably tomorrow, you can contact the clerk of court's office and they can let you know what occurred. Now, do you have still some items left in the deliberation room? So what we're going to do is one of the deputies will get that. You're not actually, at this point, you won't be allowed to go into the deliberation room with the rest of the jurors, but the deputy will go in, secure your stuff, get it to you, and then they will escort you out. For everyone else, what's going to happen is I'm going to go ahead and charge you and send you to deliberate. In a moment, what I'm going to have the attorneys make sure the stuff that's supposed to be in evidence, they used it and moved it around. So we want to make sure it's all ready and together for you, as well as this verdict form. And in a moment, either one of the deputies or one of the deputy clerks will bring in the evidence that was admitted in this case, as well as your verdict form. So with that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may retire to the deliberation room. All right, the jury has departed the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Are there any objections to the jury instructions as read?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, and so state defense, I'll have you check. I've got, it should be states.
Your
Uh,
Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just have one more housekeeping manager. I just want to make sure.
Okay, absolutely. Yes,
On
sir.
the record, that at this time, now that the jury is out, I would renew my motion for mistrial previously entered. I would ask that that be granted also with prejudice based on the improper argument regarding outside crimes from another jurisdiction made during the state's closing.
All right, motion for mistrial understood. Your motion and is denied. With that, I will have the state and the defense, if you'll both look over it. We should have states alpha through echo, A through E, that have been admitted. Make sure that's all that's going back. States foxtrot for identification was not admitted. Make sure that's not in there. And I'm handing the clerk the verdict form. Please check over that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And with that, I think once you're done, just let the deputy have those ready to go, and make sure the clerk has and the deputies have a good number for you, so that in case there's questions or a verdict, we'll be ready to go. With that, the court is in recess for deliberation.
And Your Honor, I'll just let you know, I'll be here for a while, but if it looks like it's going wrong, I'll get back to my office. So there's a bit of a delay getting back to the.
Not a problem, sir. Not a problem.
Everything is good for the next.
You have mine, right? You have my number still? I do have it.
It's odd, I didn't have Sonia's, but I don't, yesterday, she didn't give it to me. I didn't.
Oh, no.
For your.
Yeah, it's Monday.
Yeah, you know, I'll give you a call. 345-7547. I would just, Mr. Salter, I would just stay close if you can. Because if the jury comes back with a question, we'll have to be here for the. All right. I sincerely doubt this is the kind of trial where they could not, as I'm like, acting on this. You know, those documents. I never white collar, always look for.
Yeah, I read it like yesterday when I was there before, but I didn't have Sonia's, and then I thought, last time I had Sonia was years ago.
Wow.
Because she came back and we haven't had that many times. So remember, she came back.
Oh, my goodness. Did you have it now?
I have it now.
Okay, because if not, I
Yeah, no, I had to give it to her, or she had to give it to me so I could call her.
absolutely.
Or she happened to be in the room, so it didn't make any difference.
But it's good to
I was just
have.
so surprised because she's been around for so long, and I thought, sure.
Oh, my. Oh my goodness. And then even if you looked it up, you could get her office number, but that doesn't mean she's in office.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I always like to give my cell number.
That's what I have, I'm the same way. I want your cell number.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, Barbara would always call me in the
Can you
office.
just take
I'm
these
not
down?
in the office all the time.
Yeah.
You will get my cell phone, because I'm here on And inevitably, I would step away from the office and she'd call me.
Yeah.
I'm like, Barbara, you don't understand. Use my cell phone.
And Barbara's no longer with us.
Right.
And neither is Carolyn.
I wondered, is Carolyn okay?
Carolyn just decided she really enjoyed not working.
She seemed to like it when she was here.
She did, but she said that she found out she enjoyed being able to do what she wants and not have to worry about it. So
Okay.
good for her. I mean, she was retired anyway, so.
Right, right. She seemed to love it and she was so,
Yeah, she seemed to enjoy it, but
she was so sweet and had a great disposition. Yeah, and I did know about Barbara, that she retired. Yeah.
yeah, she held out for a long time and then finally said, no, she's not doing anything anymore.
I understand.
So. They better hire some more because I don't mind doing this. But come October, they're
Right.
gonna need at least one more.
I think they need two at least.
I believe so too.
I mean, y'all have lost so many.
Yeah, I mean, we have Tracy now, but.
Interesting, just to say that.
Yeah, but also, we have jury selections on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. And if every single one of them has trials, and usually misdemeanor not more than one day, but felony, even if they do a pick and go, you can't get it done in half a day, so it's gonna be 2 days. So you've got so many overlapping trials going on. And then if there's a civil, it could last anywhere from a day to weeks.
That's true.
So you've got to have more than.
Oh, yes. And then what if you need an emergency day off or if you have an appointment?
Right.
Anything can happen.
Yeah.
You need a backup.
You have to have that.
Oh, yes.
I mean, granted, all of us in felony have to do a trial,
Right.
so that's not an issue in itself, but there are days when we barely manage to cover all the, I mean, we'll have
And then
all
besides
these
the
judges
trials,
that are having trials and then they're having hearings
Yep.
and sometimes we just.
you can't be in two
That's
places.
right.
That's right. Wow.
And that's why Jamie didn't get to take last Friday off like she was going to, because we didn't have enough people. We had too many too many judges.
They want to start moving everything.
Yeah.
I understand, their caseload is huge, but it's so hard on the staff.
Yeah.
You can only staff so much at a time.
Well, we'll get back to normal. But for right now, we've got so many things out there for trials. Of course, we get the people who are, who were telling us the whole time, he wants a trial, he wants a trial. We're not gonna play this thing out, he wants a trial. We're set him for trial. Oh, he doesn't want a trial.
See, he isn't put up with that
I know.
at all.
Of course, they didn't have any kind of choice during the period when we were having trials.
That's true. That's true. That's amazing. Well, should I leave you alone so you can get your stuff done?
Well, you can do whatever you want. I'm going to sit here and start working on some paperwork. And I will just be ready to call me.
Same here. I'll go for about an hour and then I'll come back. You know how I am.
I know. And I'm in good shape right now because all of the evidence left.
Good.
I haven't been doing that for a while because they've had DVDs and some
That's all right.
biological stuff, and, they won't let them go back with all that stuff. I'm still sitting here with evidence in front of me,
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh.
and I can't leave with the evidence that's in the room. And if I want to go somewhere, I want to carry my
That's
evidence
true.
back and forth all over the place.
That's very true. That makes sense.
I have, since they locked that, I put them in the back there, don't tell anybody. I just put it in the back there because people go look at it. If they don't see it on my desk, it's not there.
Yeah.
Now, I know, if it disappears from back there, I know who did it.
Oh, gosh.
Because I told
And we're
you.
being recorded too, so.
So it's going to be one of the court reports.
Ah, you're so funny. Now we are on YouTube. All right, I'll let you do your
Since I
stuff.
know they're not going to do anything right this second, I have to run downstairs again. So.
Do you need me to stay? In
No,
case-
no, it's okay. The door's locked. It's not like anybody's.
I mean, in case they have a question or something.
Well, if they have a question, I'm just running down and getting something and coming back. They can't wait that long.
They'll be fine. They have to find a foreperson first.
Well, the last time misdemeanor trial we did the other day, last week, they were back in 14 minutes from the time the
Oh, my
alternate was
goodness.
excused.
This will take,
Oh, this will take much longer. They'll have to look at paperwork and stuff like that, so.
absolutely. I agree.
But 14 minutes, I thought, oh my God. I had just gone downstairs to get my yogurt and come back and sit down. I took the top off and he said, we got a verdict.
Wow.
Okay, great.
Isn't that something?
From case to case. I'm gonna run and get something downstairs. I'll be right back.
saw a trail of blood and a woman lying face down in the narrow hallway. Blood was everywhere, and they could see the back of her head badly beaten. All they could tell about the victim was that she was white, female. Ryan told police that he tapped her body, but she didn't respond. They could see blood lying in her neck and a red toolbox in her body. The victim was 30-year-old Jane Murray, a manager of the women who'd been working for 2 years. The back of her pants had been cut open. Investigators would later determined that she had been beaten and tortured with several different weapons inside that red toolbox. Ryan pushed open the bathroom door and saw the other woman, 26-year-old Brittany Norway, another employee. Brittany had blood on her face, her hands and feet were tied with zip ties. She was still alive. Now, that's an area in Washington, D.C. So on that morning, moms and the school run, HR workers, people walking the back of the house and drinking morning coffee were shocked to see that crime scene take their life. The police then were shocked with the community, and the hunt for the killer would eventually make police question everything they thought they knew about the nature of evil. I'm Kathy Townsend. This is Red Color. After studying the crime scene, police put cameras in the area and talked to the people who worked to restore nearby. According to Jan Horstler, the Otis an employee of Allison who worked the night shift the night before, she said that she heard yelps, squeals, and a dragon voice. The security guard said that he also heard the screaming, but ignored the sounds with consistent music. The Apple Store employee asked the security guard if he should call the police. The security guard said that to him it just sounded like some personal drama. Tragically, they decided not to tell the authorities. And this was a decision that would come back to haunt them later. Because this was such a safe area, the employees wanted to leave with something thinking that they didn't need to worry about what was going on the other side of that wall. Police rushed Brittany to the hospital. She was in shock. And bit by bit, she told police what happened. Like Jana, her clothes were ripped to pieces. She was wearing white city socks and soaked in blood. She had a lot of scratches all over her body, along her arms, her stomach, and torso. She said that the night before, after the store closed at 9 p.m., she, Jana, had stayed behind as they would normally to finish cleaning up. The two women left together at around 9:45 p.m. Jana deactivated the alarm, and they went their separate ways. Brittany walked down toward the subway. Jana walked toward the car. But a few minutes later, Brittany said she realized that she left her wallet back in the store. So she called and texted Jana to see if Jana could let her back in to get her stuff. She said Jana told her that was no problem. Jana said she left her laptop on too. So she agreed to meet Brittany. And Brittany said that 2 weeks later, they met outside the store. Once again, he deactivated the alarm. This time, they didn't rearm it. Brittany said this was because they expected to be in and out. At that point, she landed in the store. According to Brittany, one was about 6 feet tall, the other shorter, about 5'3". Both were wearing ski masks over their faces. They threw Brittany on the ground, forced her to the store seats, and then tied her up and raped her. She said the attackers forced her to open the store seats. Then the smaller attacker threw her on the ground, while the taller man raped and assaulted Jana. Brittany said that her attacker tied her up and raped her. She said that she had gaps in her memory because the minute hit her so hard. And she said that she couldn't be sure of his races. She told police that they seemed young and white. As detectives investigated the crime scene, they found that the store that sold $200 leggings and $25 bottles of water was not the type of place where they expected serious crime to happen. For example, there were no surveillance cameras in the store. Detectives interviewed people on 4 separate occasions. She was was not uncommon after such a attack. Each time, she was slashes on her arm, dozens of defense wounds. She also had a 4-inch wound in the back of her scalp. She had broken arms and fibers on her hands. Investigators believe it is the real sleep from her. She had tried to grab it. It had been a brutal, bloody battle, and Jane fought for her life to her last breath. She had several stab wounds in the neck and the back. Police described her face as destroyed. According to court documents, Jane suffered from severe 131 injuries. She had stabbed, beaten, and slashed when she tried to block the attacks. Prosecutors actually took her down and figured out that Jane's attack had hit her about every 3 seconds. Factoring in the time that would have taken, causing to switch weapons, which they knew they had done because the wounds on the body were all different shapes. The beating would have gone on for nearly 17 minutes. Forensic experts were also able to figure out that Jana's heart had been beating and she had been alive almost the entire time this was happening to her. Tests on her brain showed a type most often seen in car crash victims. Examining the autopsy photos was kind of like looking at her puzzle. Detectives had to look at the autopsy pictures and match the wounds to the weapons that were used. In the toolbox was a hammer, wrench, screwdriver. There had also been a beauty statue, box cutters, and rope. They figured out that Jane's face had probably been slashed with a box cutter, which they believed was also used to cut her clothes. At first, they hypothesized that the beauty statue could cause a 4-inch head injury. But in the end, after a lot of testing, they examined the wound shape and figured out that 4-inch gash actually matched the black metal clothes rack that had been used in the merchandise. And detectives were able to track down footage from the office next door. They hoped that it may shed some light on the identity of the resident. Just after 11 p.m., police saw 2 men on camera. One was dressed in total black and wearing ski caps that had kind of pulled back. For residents, that's terrifying. Security guards were walking their cars, stores were running extra security cameras. People were scared. They knew that there was a team of killer rabies sneakers and thought they might be next. Police took a press conference. They said they were looking for 2 male suspects. One was taller than the other, wearing dark clothes, gloves, and hats. The press jumped on the story. This was 2 women brutally attacked, sexual assault, murder, in the wealthiest areas of the nation's capital. The manhunt for the suspects was on. Who doesn't want instant gratification? Credit Karma, the company that has always been there to help make better financial decisions, wants to help you get more. Credit watched a horror crime movie completely, not reality. The detectives had to be sure, because accusing an African-American rape victim of making up a story could be politically explosive at the best of times. They didn't just have to punish. They had to make absolutely sure they were on the right track. Lieutenant Bailey needed to find out more about Jada and her relationship with Brittany. Jada grew up in Texas. She was fun and friendly and outgoing, super confident in a person who lived for adventure. She bungee jumped, skydived, and traveled the world. While working at Lululemon, Jada was also in school. She was just about to graduate from Johns Hopkins University, where she had been working on 2 master's degrees. She had 2 degrees at once, but just like her, were in friends and family. She was a person who lived life at full speed. And she had big plans after graduation. Her longtime boyfriend lived in Washington State. He was working on a PhD. But they had been shopping for rings, and Janet was planning to be close with him. She would be beefing up her resume to apply for a corporate job at Lululemon Vancouver. She got involved in Lululemon because she was interested in business and marketing. She was impressed by the business ethos.
I didn't know.
And since her boyfriend's across the country, she also wanted to make friends. Jada's murder shocked the yoga community, which is supposed to be all about peace and nonviolence. And Lululemon especially was known for having employees young, attractive, and ambitious, focused on peaceful, ethical living and personal development. Brittany had been working for Lululemon for a few months at the time of the murder, and like Jada, she stayed with the writing with the culture. Brittany was super athletic. She did yoga, running, spinning, kept herself in amazing shape. And she also projected success. Brittany was born in the suburb of Seattle, in a loving family that detectives would later compare to a real-life cousin show. Growing up, she had 8 brothers and sisters, and so Brittany's parents worked hard. There was a lot of love in the house, but also, not surprisingly, 9 children, some financial hardship. Her parents reportedly filed for bankruptcy twice. According to the Yoga Birds book, Brittany's friends and neighbors said the same thing that Lululemon colleagues would say later about Brittany. She seems great, friendly, outgoing, fun. But then, things tend to go missing around her. When Brittany was a kid, she started with petty theft. She would take coins from a penny jar or costume jewelry from her neighbors. Later, it would be cash from her coworkers. As she grew up, even though she was only 5'3", Brittany became an accomplished athlete and a star soccer player. After high school, Brittany went to Stony Brook University in Long Island on a soccer scholarship. According to the book, one of her teammates basically said the same thing. Brittany's fun to be around, but be careful. She steals and she lies. Once Brittany's teammates noticed that their money started going missing, the coach confronted Brittany. So Brittany ended up leaving the soccer team, and with no scholarship, that meant that she was sitting out of school. So she never officially graduated from Stony Brook, but that didn't stop her from putting it on her resume when she applied for jobs. After college, Brittany worked at Bank of America, and then started working in a dental practice and dating a dentist. Their relationship was not exactly smooth sailing. Her ex-boyfriend said things started falling apart after he caught Brittany in some lies. So eventually they broke up. But that's when things really got ugly. Because Brittany had a key in his place. And apparently she used that key to break in and take some of his girlfriend's stuff. The couple ended up taking out a restraining order against Brittany. In court, Brittany agreed to give the belongings back and stay away from the couple. It seemed like she just wanted the case to go away. And with friends like she did with everything else, Brittany came up with a cover story to explain her actions. She said that her ex had started this legal battle with her because she caught him cheating. Soon, Brittany had a new job at a hotel, but she continued to have financial problems. She was evicted due to not paying her rent. But through it all, friends said that Brittany had a very expensive case. For example, she went to one of Washington, D.C.'s top stylists, who charged $275 for a haircut, and this was back in 2011. Like so many other young women, Brittany was attracted to the aspirational nature of Lululemon Athletica. It was more than just a job, it was a lifestyle. And after the murder, several people spoke out about how working there could at times feel more like Jane Jennings' fiction, Daily Living Workouts, and she is used for soundbite graphics. This is referring to the fact that new employees are given a ton of materials. They're expected to participate in group workouts. Sometimes, employees come on off hours. They're given motivational CDs and books, including Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. Apparently, the owner loved capitalist self-sufficiency without the range. Lily Lincoln's ideal female customer described as visual innovation, a beautiful, fit, ethical shopper, thin thighs, no kids, and money firm. One anonymous employee wrote about her experience working for Lily Jezebel. She worked in the atmosphere areas, quote, delusional, hypercritical, and callback, end quote. She said that she started working for the company right out of college. She said she was attracted by the idea of the company's premise of living ethically. But behind the scenes, she found out that all that clean living ended up in constant pressure. Even on their off hours, she said employees felt like they had to adapt to this yoga lifestyle, which meant hours of yoga and a lot of dietary food restrictions. Lily Lemon didn't really advertise. Instead, employees were kind of an early version of Instagram influencers, but in real life. So they were expected to embody the company, wear the clothes everywhere, and be out in the community. Brittany was first hired at the Georgetown store, where her coworkers and customers loved her, at least at first. But then, like so many people in Brittany's past, employees started to notice that cash was missing from their wallets. Then came shop night. This is the time of the year when employees of the company are allowed to buy merchandise at 70% off. But they have to stick to a limit of $1,000. Brittany asked one of her managers if she could go over that limit. The manager said yes, but later said that they were shocked because Brittany bought over $2,000 worth of stuff. So the manager was upset about that, and on top of that, a lot of the staff members were gossiping about this point. They were pretty sure that Brittany was the one stealing money. Money, they pointed out, only seemed to go missing on Brittany shifts. So the manager was in a tough spot. She suspected Brittany of thefts, but had no hard evidence. So she fired her for the shop night incident she called discount theft. But later, the manager's decision was overturned. Brittany was allowed to go back to work. Brittany came to the store investigating. On the surface, everything seemed to be back to normal. But behind the scenes, Brittany's life was coming apart. She was in debt. Collectors were calling constantly. Once again, her bank account was overdrawn. And she had judgments against her of almost $20,000 in unpaid student loans. Brittany had always had ways of getting good cash. She answered ads on Craigslist for men offering to act as sugar daddies. On the ads, she said that she wanted a relationship, but she also seemed open to arrangements of casual sex and getting an allowance. Now, during this time, Jana was focusing on her next move, across the country to move closer to her boyfriend in Washington State. Then came the final catalyst for Brittany's world starting to collapse. In late February, one of her coworkers noticed that an $80 bottle of Vera Wang was stolen from her after she just pointed out her Brittany. In March, it happened again. Another coworker noticed that $10 and $13 she had her wallet stolen. She suspected Brittany, but almost questioned herself because it seemed like such a ridiculously small amount to steal. She asked herself if someone would really bother going through her wallet just to steal $10 or $13. Why wouldn't they just take it all? But she probably didn't understand that this was part of Brittany's personality. Part of the thrill she got was from stealing without them knowing, making them question themselves. Rachel, the manager, who opened up on March 12th and found Jana's body, said that she had talked to Jana before she got into thefts. She said they both suspected Brittany. Jana told her friends about it too. She texted a friend of hers the night she was killed. She wrote, quote, I have to close and leave tonight. Do you think that I'll catch her? End quote. The friend told police that she had texted Jana back that night. She got safe, loving story. The actions of the people that night are the antithesis of the values of our company and are not reflective of the outstanding people who work who love anyway. Another former talked to ABC7. They said that they believe in store policies and safe for employees. The company may have a false sense of security because they thought that their employees were supposed to be peaceful and adhere to yoga values. But remember that narcissists and red card criminals are amazing at putting up a mask for the world to see. But when their backs to the corner, they will not hesitate to lash out and speak violence. No one should ever be in a position of having to confront a potential red card criminal. This anonymous employee said, quote, how uncomfortable, how unprofessional, how awkward to put one person alone in a position of having to actually catch someone in the act, end quote. After bringing this to light, a lot of people in the community seemed to be relieved because there was no random killer out of the woods who turned out to know each other. But in a way, I find this even more terrifying. It's terrifying to think that a coworker who you get along with and talk to and work with every day and trust is willing to brutally beat and murder you over a pair of workout pants. And that type of person hiding in plain sight in other people's offices. Jana's devastated family member, Sam Boyd, also reported before news. Her brother shared on March 12, 2011. My family is September 11, 2001. He said nothing will ever be normal. Nothing will ever be the same. Her boyfriend said, all of my plans for the future were shattered and laid bare on a day. Jana's brother said that he struggled to explain the death of his two young sons. He summed it up by saying that his two boys don't check the closet for boogeymen before bed at night anymore. Instead, they check for written notebook. Red Collar is an audio chat original podcast. Research provided by me, Kathleen Townsend, with production assistance from Melissa Costello and Recipe Recordings. You can find all of our source material for this episode on our website, redcollarpodcast.com. So what do you think, Chuck? Do you agree? put the mask up, and then he pulled the mask off, and it's like, yes, wow, I didn't realize that you're not.
You're talking about guys who are COVID hot.
Yes, exactly. Like they say the eyes are the windows to the soul. No, I did not know that the lower third of the face was doing all the heavy lifting. I did not know.
It feels so good, but it feels so wrong. Like, we have gone to the houses of other vaccinated people and been inside in person without masks. And I gotta tell you, that feels dirtier than if you were doing a massive tea party. You're like, yes, actually, I'm just sharing air. Standing here, somebody said it to people who have seen your face. It just feels wrong. And you guys, oh my God, what am I going to do? I need to do a 60 social gathering. And I'm like, are you kidding me? After a year and a half, just, I'm so eager to be off the party and staying in the work. Nothing to say, we should be going home. That's, I really feel that.
I can't wait to hear the crowd in the corner just during that last song. Just like, wow.
But she played someplace else.
I long for that feeling. I realize that's my problem. It's just wanting to go home. That's me.
It makes men better when you get good friends.
You gotta make fans want you if you want fans.
Has not been the case during this pandemic. It's there.
It's so easy for men. I get in bed and like you're doing it, girl. Like what? What else?
That was in 2 hours.
That is so sick. Very young little sick here. Is your class? Well, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, that was Paddington the Bear. His classic line, Paddington 2, which is probably what movie was named the greatest movie of all time. Citizen Kane, that's right. Citizen Kane. Greatest movie ever made. Aggregator site Tomatoes is now bestowed on Paddington 2. Film purists are upset. They say it's a Paddington 2 sequel. Fair comparison should be to Citizen Kane 2. Legend of Rosebuds Gold.
I don't want to spoil this for anybody who hasn't seen Paddington 2 yet, but Rosebud is the name of his cat. I'm sorry.
So, Rotten Tomatoes is a very popular site in some places. Maybe it's a total score for films. And what happened was this week they added to their reviews of Citizen Kane, these obscure reviews from 80 years ago, more or less lost. But they added that score, the average lower Citizen Kane score enough so Paddington 2 took the title, which is weird, of course, because both of these are based on like that curse. It's about time that Citizen Kane got knocked off the pedestal. Running Citizen Kane is not even the best movie about sledding.
Wow. True. I don't like detecting. I gotta say, the method that Rotten Tomatoes does is why is like if there's a negative review, it knocks it down. So the thing that just nobody hated ends up being the best movie of all time. It's like, well, let's look at the greatest beverages in the world and water wins.
Really? So is it like damn reviews? Like, yeah, it's okay.
I don't think the review water enough. Talking Bears, let's be clear, in a raincoat and rain hat, already out the gate better.
They call Orson Welles a wonderkind. Have you never thought of that?
Well, Orson Welles was eventually a bear, but kind of.
Bill, how did Melissa learn?
Our English professor did it all. Rerun.
Congratulations, Melissa.
So much. So much.
Thanks so much for playing.
Well, much progress.
Thanks so much, guys.
Right now, panel that is not here to answer some questions about this week's news. Lacey, for years, Texas kept getting faced with and suddenly fired from Mary's job. The speaking chief figured out why she had a felony on her criminal record because of her failure to do what? 22 years ago.
Hair parties.
No, not that.
Wow, okay.
Give your hint. It was a blockbuster crime.
Oh.
That's exactly right. Failed to return videotape estate 20 years ago. What? He should not return VHS So you like one while was downloaded the song.
Oh my God. I stole so much money from Gary. I'm sorry, Gary.
How did you get out of it?
Well, I had this detective that I called, Vice. So I was like, maybe I'm black. I don't listen to that song. Yeah. I was like, I don't want to listen to hip hop. Okay, let's do a little hip hop dance. They're like, oh, let her go. I know. Oh, Lacey.
Coming up, we make an escape. Support for this NPR podcast and follow this becomes fun. You need some extra brightness. It's here to help you break from the everyday. It's refreshing take and Belgian style media with Valencia orange and coriander for one of a kind flavor ingredients. It tries to be blue moon like sky, blue with tangerine. Get them delivered at get.bluemoonbeer.com. Blue Moon, taste brightness. Celebrate responsibly. Blue Moon Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Ale.
A few years ago, a website popped up in Stockton, California. A conspiracy theory started ramping way up.
As a budget for concern that I was like, oh my gosh, yes, people really believe this.
What happens when a local news outlet isn't fact-checking conspiracy theories? Maybe original. Listen now from NPR's Celia podcast.
NPR to WBEZ Chicago, this is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. The NPR does wait. I'm Bill Curtis. We're playing this week with Lacey Pugsley, Helen Long, Vanessa Culver, and you're getting your host. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Can you say one of those things? Thank you, Bill. Hey, right now it's time for the Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me Buffalo Listener Game. But I want you to play Wait, Wait, to play our game on the air. How you are on Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me?
Hi, this is Kelly Cox calling from Tuesday, Iowa. Well, the running capital, Tuesday and honey.
Subi Honey, that's great. What do you do there? Is that about cities?
I am a lead chef at a senior living facility.
Now, I'm going to ask you, because there are cliches we have told you them about senior citizens food, but you're getting your jello
Right.
and can you tell me something this is not true? In fact, that certain outlets can have the SAP as their chef.
Well, our senior living facility is kind of hiding, so things better than Jello.
Have you, I'm very, actually, I'm kind of curious about this. Have you ever tried something other than love this?
Yeah, I did a taco shoot. It's like a French cooking technique, and you put the fish in black paper, and then they're like,
escapes from the Chinese reality TV show on She's Trapped from not boyfriend. You were last year somebody who's got to get out of this place, and the last thing they ever do.
A solo adventurous trapped himself in a world of trouble this past weekend. Sent himself into a tight-fitting, humming sleeping bag and couldn't get out. Outdoor enthusiast Kale Chips, that's Kale with a C and Chips with two P's, thank you, was camping alone in Colorado when he settled for the night in his very snug, brand name knockoff sleeping bag. After struggling to smother his zipper for a few minutes, it violently zipped all the way up, breaking the zipper handle on its way. The bag was so tight I couldn't move my arms at all, explains Mr. Chips. That's the last time I buy anything from Patagonia. It's nothing like Patagonia. After hours of pulling, pushing, and even biting at his strings, Mr. Chips managed to caterpillar shimmy his way to his back to extract a jar of peanut butter. Using his jaw, teeth, and muscles he never knew he had in his tongue, he finally succeeded in opening the jar of skippy and smearing peanut butter near the seams of the zipper bag. It took half a day of buying absolutely still, but eventually a family of chipmunks took the bait. The toothy little rascals chewed up the peanut butter seeds just enough to allow Mr. Chips to tear his way through them. With reverence and gratitude, Mr. Chips reports he'll never sing the Alvin Simon theater song the same way ever again.
All right, here are your choices. From Lacey, you heard about a man who got stuck next to the parking lot, specifically the jail cell. From Adam Felber, a Russian guy who got stuck in his windshield next to the boys, man, desperately trying to get out of the back. Or from Helena, a man who got stuck in his money sleeping bag in the wilds of Colorado, only rescued by some rappers.
Sure, yeah.
Which is the story of desperate escape in history.
I think it's the second one here.
All right, so you've chosen Adam's story, a Russian guy who got trapped in Chinese reality. You should have loved to read the story.
Yeah, I love that.
On this story.
Even as he begged
Thank you. Right.
What about the poor Russian guy stuck on the Chinese reality show? Congratulations, Kelly. You got it right. You won a prize. You won a prize. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Been great.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
My daughter is asking me about the wisdom on her knowledge of me. One of the questions that I asked her, she's 15, one of the things I asked her was, no, this will think of that. She said, what's the secret? What about that, Lacey?
I feel excellent about that.
All right, that's good.
I'm just trying to scare my way into also being exercise.
You always MC the band. That was your goal. Yeah, that was on my goal. Just that's it. That's superb. Yeah. And did you always think, for those who don't know, you are now freestyle. Is that something that you had back then, or is it something that you learned? I mean, it's always been, a work in progress. That's trying to get rid of this thing, rap over live instrumentation. I felt like I had to do it because it's hard to get to go up what was expected of me. You say this to someone who's constantly making stuff up on the top of my head. Have you ever like started a phrase and had no idea where it was going to end? It's just like you get it. I hope I think something rhyme by the time when I get there. Yeah, absolutely. I don't trust myself. So you've been running spaces
Just me. We got a burger? No, just me.
Okay.
I just come in this room. Maybe get the ESP going.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
My mouth is God's ears.
Right.
I can't say a lot of you guys as established feel not like really excited to make Paul Schaefer.
Okay, so what's your,
I gotta ask you one last question. That is, haven't mentioned Paul Schaefer, but well known for it. Yes, you have the always
oh, what did I just do?
Has that been a pain in the butt during the pandemic, trying to get a mask on that, especially? So there are velocity limits that the air velocity on step, and those people hate masks. I call them air limits. Sure. It's like longer masks that, I think all of us have in this world that you can wear. Keep something inside your hole. You keep a snack in there too. Yeah, right. Well, to be Trotter, Black Dog, we have had so much fun today, but we have asked you to play a game. We're called It's Great. Just great. Buttons. You're, of course, a founding member of the Roots, so we thought we'd ask you about Suits. That is network executive. What's what you see? Oh. Why? Yeah, no, we're not gonna ask you anybody at NBC University. Okay. Answer 3 questions about these very helpful people in their contributions to creative arts and women enterprise. One of the listeners to most of our show. Get out, choosing their voicemail. Bill, who is Andrew Stevens of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Your first question. So, the executive in charge of Back to the Future, remember that? Thought the show was great, just great. They had one little suggestion. What was it? A. Instead of deploying a time machine, tricycles are funny. B. The hero, Marty McFly, should stay on and be revealed to be his own father. Or C. Change the title from Back to the Future to Spaceman from I'm gonna say B. You say B. Marty McFly should go back and meet his mother and marry his mother.
Trotter is an actor, producer, rapper known as Black Thought, co-founder of Custom Scheme starting May 6th. Book version. More information at
Does Isaac come in and pause the YouTube?
I'm sorry?
Does Isaac come in and pause the YouTube?
No,
Oh,
haven't seen him. Were we supposed to,
no, I was just wondering.
oh. About what?
Does he pause it while we're waiting for the deliberations?
Oh. I didn't know that.
I'm asking. Because if you haven't seen him, then he hasn't. I was
That's
so
him
well.
at all. I went downstairs when you did it, and I went a little quick bath, and I haven't seen him at all.
In just a minute, in our listener letter challenge, we reveal how to make the great outdoors less great. Well, once a great, focus on being back. Tell me.
Support for NPR with the voluntary solution for better health, offering online counseling. Better Health Therapists testing shares the unique benefits of therapy. Being in therapy is a very intimate, unique experience to have this other person see you, this other person acknowledge who you are. And it's a goal, and now, and like figure out for this pieces that you don't want to accept to change that stuff for the better. Even if you're not struggling with something necessarily, but you just want to learn a little bit more about who you are, want to function a little bit better in your relationships with people, change the way that you approach habits, doing that together with somebody else can be very powerful and impactful. To talk this out and process this together is to humans. To get matched with a counselor and get 10% off your first month, go to betterhelp.com/rate.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Zillow, committed to helping make the selling of your house less stressful. With Zillow resources, you can explore the value of your home and seller's guide to selling property. For interrogation, Zillow also offers cash for your house.
We just had a burger.
Pardon?
We
You got a burger?
Woo-hoo, see, it
All
worked.
right, let's start calling people.
It worked.
Veronica, we got a verdict.
Thank you. I'm here.
I'm sure you know.
Good.
Charles.
Matrimony, you said.
I hope so.
Hi, this is Jane. We have a verdict. Okay, thank you.
Judge indicated he probably would go into custody, but that may change.
I've just done a couple of them. I haven't finished yet. Hi, this is Jane. We have a verdict. Yes. All right, thank you. Captain went to his office. He's on his way. They're close by. so-
Who? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're
Or-
close by. It's not. that far.
Everybody else is on their way though.
Yeah, I told Veronica, and I told her.
She got here pretty quick, didn't she?
She got here real fast. And then I told him, Lorena.
Save you a
I
phone
don't want
call.
her to feel left out.
No.
Not at all.
Where's your face, man? I'm gonna run the bathroom over.
I left it. So. Are there extras maybe?
There used to be extras in the courtroom, but haven't seen any of those, so.
You have plenty of time, because Mr. Burton's coming from his office.
Coming from the golf course.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
of
of
course.
When he finishes his rounds, he will, when he finishes
How are you, young
his
lady?
I'm well, how are you doing?
Doing well. Colonel?
Before we go on, but I think those are gonna wait till later. I don't wanna get in the middle of it, have to stop it. Sit and listen to podcasts and stuff.
Okay, you're multitasking.
Waiting.
I've got plenty of pages that I've been working
Yeah,
on. Or they
and I can do judgments and sentences without any problem. And I do go over them afterwards anyway, just to make sure.
I guess we're not gonna work.
What's that?
You came in, you said the juju, we got it.
I do what I do.
Appreciate
Oh, you do the early.
Right?
You do the early.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm not a lawyer. I quit criminal law because I'm covering cases sometimes when criminal. I didn't want to work Well, the only, first of all, audit is pretty poor, so that's why I put my email, the audio is there.
You got all the things?
No, not all, just whichever one that I can. Well, you know,
There's not
that's-
much to do.
So,
I know.
next week, I'm gonna need to work, so.
First time
And I hired a young lady.
What's that over doing?
Right. I thought it was against the art.
100 miles.
They said no.
Well, they could go either way. That sounds. Yeah.
Yes.
They got some, they got
I'm just walking through.
How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
It's very nice to be seeing people again, I have to say. It would be nice if you were without a mask on, but eventually. Yeah, that'd be great. Really good to see my face, it's like hot and sweaty. and like- I watched, I haven't been clean every day.
Exactly.
They call them big different, but
Yeah.
I forgot I set it down on the table and I just gathered everything.
I'm asking for the house. That, you know, all I got was like, I had used it, but you got made a haul of it.
Yeah.
Use yours, leave my stuff alone.
yeah, I do, that's how I can tell, because that's like.
I know.
When
I know it does.
I use like makeup settings for it, it doesn't matter.
I know.
I mean, it helps, but,
It helps a little bit, it doesn't.
and I'm not even more of a makeup.
Right.
I mean, I don't really care.
Actually, you know, we don't need to do it.
It's true, I was gonna start doing more just so
There's There's a lady that, she had like a template that she had right here, and she only did makeup all around.
How much
She said a tutoring session or something, it was crazy. Why even bother you?
I was about to ask.
6 months.
My husband's like, yeah.
Oh, I got one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And you-
yeah, I'm like Ray, I
They were
break
there.
out every now and then.
Yeah, I hate that.
Have to use those face masks and facials.
I have a friend of mine that he went in and dropped,
You just got done with court, it was like, hurry up, hurry up.
I have a friend of mine that went in and dropped the first of this month. He told me last night, he said, yeah, it was like I wasn't going to September.
It's just hard, I think, once you have them, you know,
Yeah.
like you can, and then those little things.
Well, with him, he's having to go out and, drive a patrol car every day.
Oh,
So,
see, so every time someone gets like, promoted, they end up sergeant or something, or they end up on like the night shift, you know, patrol. This is always what I need to do, this is the younger man. Like, I can't be running after people, jumping out, and the police never rolls after them.
we had a trial Tuesday night. We were here till 10
Were you here, Mike? Were you here for that trial also?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He was, I was, we were.
Yeah. We were here till 10 o'clock, and I still haven't recovered from it.
I was watching on, the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
See what was going
I still haven't recovered from
You
it.
guys go till 10?
on. Yeah. I tried to do it whenever like the attorneys are here, like solidarity and text, like, we're here with you, you're not alone.
March is like, it's 4:30.
I mean, it's, I was like, I have a kid, you know, like, I want to go pick up my kid, and,
A dog.
you know, I'm tired, I can't take a dog. Just, the court personnel, I'm tired. Yeah, the jury, and the north side jury. Just do what you're in. Do you know what I was?
Yeah, I remember Denise
This
was
is how
doing
to
one
say
too, but she didn't get out of the office until
This is
4
what we
o'clock.
do.
Oh,
She didn't actually do that. I don't know. She finished her paperwork. We get, yeah.
The first trial that we had, when we started here, it was a DUI trial, and we were here till midnight
Yes.
on a Friday.
Is there McLean trust on Friday?
I'm sorry?
McLean, Calvin, anything?
I don't remember. I know it was, just that, not here.
I try to imagine being one of those people that get for jury, and then you end up in like.
What's that?
You know, like a civil trial.
Was Judge Everett, James Pebble.
Yeah, exactly. It's already been a decision.
He's the lady who's the daughter of, ran over for boyfriend and food.
No, this was a,
You're talking about poison.
that was, this was like when we first started having trials again,
You just-
months ago.
you can hear that. Something.
Yeah, Wagner. I was in there.
Yeah.
Y'all know, the secretary was Herbert.
Yes, Jenna.
Don't mess with the jury.
It's no big deal.
We should- I know we did our announcements the first day, or like day 3 before.
I'm fairly to ask.
That's how I got.
Pretty-
the hotel and something.
Oh, really? I used to,
Yeah.
no, that's why I waited, because I forgot to write down when they,
If you can read my hand.
when they went
We'll
out.
find another place to
I
dig.
forgot to write down when they went out, so I
That's
have
okay.
pictures.
As long as you read my handwriting, you are more than welcome to look at whatever.
Yeah.
Ah, Thanks, Joanna. It's fun to see. Joanna's listening.
last name is Von Steve.
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Look at that.
You didn't
So
hear
fast.
me. Everybody looks different with their masks on. I know
Yes.
everyone from the
Yeah.
Zoom. Or if they get haircuts and.
Yeah, the first day I wore my hair curly, I went through the entrance, the deputies and whatnot, because I was running late and I didn't want to walk all the way. And I put my drink at the top, because that's what we're told to do, there's no one walking, and he's like, have I told you, why'd you put the drink at the top? And I said, because I don't want to put it through the x-rays, my coffee, when I die. He's like, okay, I just want to, bomb expert, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I just let him, I was like, tell me more. Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah, go ahead. You want to look at it? It was great.
Oh, my God.
Finally, we both look the same from here. We can get the same haircut, same color, like that.
That's the whole meme. We're twins.
It's shorter.
Yes, I cut it, I did a thing. Got it over here.
Oh, Peter, going back to his office.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So did you cut it yourself?
No, I got it done.
Oh, I was about to say, you know, really good job.
You know, I was like,
Can you imagine curly hair cutting it yourself?
Oh,
So good.
well, the good thing is that you can hide
it
it.
hides a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, when you straighten it, you can see it all.
I never do. I always say I'm gonna do it, because when I do it, I'm always like surprised by how I look. But it's just so much
I just
fun.
straighten it because it's just easier to, I can't, after the initial brush, like I can't brush it again.
I've got my own hair, it's not that hard.
Bald people jokes.
Right on this.
Mike's laughing under the mask.
That's funny, you think my glass.
That's hurtful, Jim. That's really hurtful.
Did you do it?
Why? Why did it take that long?
Why?
Still.
I didn't even need to be there. Because the judge was like, Okay. You tell them something, or not, that's when you're gonna be operating.
Yes. So I don't continue to do it. Actually, I have one case that which is a one case that I do it. But I might see one in two right now.
Okay. I have four, but I don't.
Oh, yours.
So one of my, the girl, yeah, I was gonna have pretty much just say.
No.
Is there anything else I'm not remembering? As in,
knows what day it is the terror of. Me too. I don't know if it's the stars or the moon, or what. I have had the same issue, and I've talked to several people that can remember what day it is.
This morning I wrote something, oh, I know, I put file it up in court on my jury instructions and put file 19. Until later I was sitting there, it's not the 19th.
I did that too, and that's why I was looking at it. I don't know if you heard me say, oh my gosh, I got my dates all wrong. At the bottom of the page, I put 5/18, at the top, I put 5/19, and then I looked on my phone, it's 5/20. So it's not like something
No idea
else.
what's going on.
It's gone by so fast.
There you go. I contacted Mr. Salters, he's on his way back.
You have an ETA on them?
I do not, but I can get you one.
Okay, please, the judge will want to know. Yes, ma'am. For Marcia. Don't.
I said my husband.
That's just-
Somebody's in
I was gonna say yes. to that.
Just, if something happens, if you need to,
I don't know how the streets anymore. What's that thing you call it?
no, I'm saying, my division keeps.
Oh, those kids.
Those kids, yeah. And anything that you
I'm trying to make contact.
guys.
But you don't.
850.
It's small, right? I mean,
Yeah, pretty easy. Tell me about anything.
This phone is going straight to the voicemail, so I don't know if any of these turned it off because he's close, or if he just stopped service, but I'll try to get him a few minutes to get me today.
It's fun.
LORUNA.
Oh, that's easy.
And for people who say, the young kids are like.
But nobody wants to know that person.
What? What you talking about?
Hmm.
So their camera is going to. Yes, it's
That's true, because it picks up, I think it picks up. Nobody loses that. For Sean, because you're talking on the radio. Yeah, I was in this cold, I thought they were talking. But you could hear it through the week.
Like I said, what we guys are doing, it's for the young here, they just wait for the order to go out.
Oh, no, turning the ignition and stuff.
She's like, she just called me right now from the back and of course she gets in my car, and I'm like, hey.
Did you order any like sour cream on it or something?
Water.
It's soggy?
It's okay.
She sacrificed my whole day.
A true public service.
Yeah.
Making.
This is
Yeah,
what.
sure.
Yeah.
Like, every time we work, it's a party, we're just.
Yeah.
testing them.
He goes, Michael, let's go proceed to class. Professor has to. You take it back. I was like, oh, no idea what happens in there.
All right, court's back in session.
All right, afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. My understanding is we have a verdict. Is there anything we need to discuss before we take that verdict?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
All right. With that, if you'll go ahead and recall the jury.
All right, jury's in the courtroom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may be seated. Everyone else may be seated. Juror number 5, are you the foreperson?
Yes.
And has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes and no.
Please hand the verdict form to the bailiff. The verdict appears to be in proper form. Defendant and counsel, please rise. I will now publish the verdict. In the state of Florida versus Demetric v. Salters, case number 2017 CF 1140. Verdict, count 1, organized fraud. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the information. The defendant is not guilty. Count 2, theft. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the information. The defendant is not guilty. Count 3, forgery. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the information. The defendant is guilty of forgery. Count 4, forgery. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4 of the information. The defendant is guilty of forgery. You may be seated. Does either party wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor.
Defense would request the poll, Your Honor.
All right, juror number 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this your verdict? Juror number 5, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and your consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I do thank you for your jury service here today. As I told the others that you've sat through all of this and you heard me tell numerous prospective jurors and alternates, with your jury service, you are now excused from state jury service for 1 calendar year. So if you get a jury summons that has you come into state court to serve on any type of jury before May 20th of 2022, just call the clerk's office. They have your names, they know who you are, and they will excuse you. Now, I can't make that promise for federal jury service, so I can't do that for you. But I do thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please remain in the courtroom until after the jurors have left the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are dismissed with the court's thanks. Everyone may be seated. The jury is reported to the courtroom. Demetric Salter, you have been found guilty of 2 counts of forgery, and a judgment of guilt shall be entered against you. With that, counsel, we do, I believe, need to order a pre-sentence investigative report.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court will order that. The court is also going to remand the defendant into the custody of the Leon County Sheriff pending sentencing.
Your Honor, if I may,
You may?
I would ask that Mr. Salter be allowed to remain on bond. Even at the highest score, he still scores under 22 points. And he scores under 22 points on the score sheet. And given that he was not even convicted of the larger charge, I would just ask that he be allowed to remain on his bond conditions until a date for sentencing.
State.
Your Honor, every single defendant who goes to trial gets remanded or should be remanded. That is the jury having found him guilty, and we ask that he be remanded. The jury having found him guilty of 2 third-degree felonies in this case, even if he scores under 22, that still puts him at the score sheet up to 11 months and 29 days without the court even having to make any other special findings. Accordingly, I am going to remand the defendant into the custody of the Leon County Sheriff without bond pending sentencing. What I'd like to do is look for a date about a month out for us to go ahead and set the matter for sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we have, let me see what this is, just a moment. Are the parties available June 29th in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, defense is available.
Why don't we set sentencing for June 29th at 9 a.m. And that will be in courtroom 3B of the Leon County Courthouse. Are there any other matters we need to discuss before the court adjourns for the day?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Depends.
Not this time, Your Honor.
All right. With that, we'll see everybody June 29th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 3B of the Leon County Courthouse. Court is adjourned.
I always hate to see people being found guilty, even except for the ones that are really horrible.